Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome, bienvenidos. Before we begin today's presentation, we'd like to let everybody know that we are offering Spanish and American Sign Language interpretation during today's meeting. After I go over instructions for joining the Spanish interpretation channel on our Zoom interpreter, our Spanish interpreter will provide them in Spanish. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided. For those of us that are using Zoom, English speakers may need to select English as your language. Depending upon your version of Zoom from your computer, please select the globe icon at the bottom of your screen and select English or Spanish. From your mobile device, select the More icon under the three dots to select English or Spanish. For those of you here in person, if you need Spanish or ASL interpretation, please see the staff at the table outside of the room. Next slide. And interpreter, would you like to go over the rules?
Of course. Buenos días, se van a brindar servicios de interpretación hacia el español. Para accesar la interpretación, seleccione el icono que aparece como un globo terráqueo en la parte inferior del menú de Zoom y posteriormente el idioma que desee escuchar. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil en celular o tableta o también en algunas computadoras, dependiendo de la versión, presione el icono con los 3 puntos que dice más, luego interpretación y luego el idioma. Asegúrese de dar clic en finalizado. Si únicamente quiere escuchar la voz del intérprete, seleccione la opción que dice silenciar audio original. Para las personas que están de forma presencial, pueden contactar al personal afuera de la sala para poder tener su acceso a la interpretación. Gracias and thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Lisa McCumber. I am the Chief of the Equitable Mobility Incentives Branch here at CARB. For those of you in the room, thanks for braving the rain this morning. If you have joined in the last few minutes, we do welcome all of our guests here at the table with us. We really want to encourage today to be an open conversation. This is the Drive Forward Incentives Public Workshop. And before we get started, since we are conducting this both in person and on Zoom, I'll go over a couple of quick safety things. Please note there is emergency exits around the room. In the case of an emergency, we do exit the room, go to the stairwell and first floor, and then exit to the park that's kitty corner to the building. Bring your umbrella, but leave other things behind. Once we get an all clear, then we would return to the room and we will resume the meeting. So folks on Zoom, just hang tight. All right, next slide. And let's go to next slide again. All right, we'll take a quick look at today's agenda. This is really just a guide to help keep us on track for the day. We're going to cover some introductory information so that we all get on the same page. And then we'll be holding our morning input session on individual and community mobility incentive projects. We're going to take a long break at lunchtime, give folks an opportunity in the room to get out and folks to stretch online. And then we'll regroup to join our afternoon input session on clean trucks, buses, and off-road equipment incentive projects and emerging opportunities. There's going to be lots of time for questions and comments and sections throughout and conversation sessions throughout the input sessions. We do aim to stay on time, but if we end early, then we'll have a longer break or end earlier at the end of the day. And if we run long, we might run a little bit longer, but we're going to do our best to try to conclude on time today. Next slide. All right, and then just some quick meeting agreements for the workshop. In hopes to kind of reduce any challenges that we have. First, please be respectful, be kind, and create a comfortable space for everyone. Allow others to share their thoughts and experiences. Take space and make space. If you have a lot to say, that's really great. We want to encourage conversation in the room, but please be mindful to leave room for others to participate in the conversation as well. Please listen without judgment or jumping to conclusions. And please consider that there are folks all over California that are here to work on our incentive programs. We really want to consider equity. Diverse perspectives really help us overcome barriers and help us develop unique solutions. So please make space for equity in the room. And with those agreements in mind, we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to kick things off with first introducing you to Chris Grunler, our Deputy Executive Officer, who's going to kind of help set the stage for today.
Thank you for that warm introduction. Hey, everybody, thanks so much for coming here in person, particularly, and everybody online. This is really an important moment in our history of fighting air pollution in the state of California. For those of you who don't know, I'm new to this job, but not new to this business. I worked at EPA for 42 years. Much of that time was spent in the mobile source arena, where I spent many years working very closely with my now colleagues at the Air Resources Board. We did a lot of good work together, and I came to really admire many aspects of California. The spirit of this state, the innovation of this state, the ambitions that this state has for its environment are really second to none. Another thing that I observed in working with CARB over the years in this arena is I guess I would call it a very holistic approach to solving these air pollution problems. California has developed a suite of complementary policies, both at this agency and other agencies, all aimed at the singular goal to make the air more healthy to breathe. And I think it's indisputable that that broad approach of regulations, of incentives, of other complementary policies has produced the enormous amount of progress that we've witnessed here in California. I think it's obvious by now to everybody that we would not have a clean technology industry and these clean technology fuels and vehicles had it not been for California leadership, which is why I'm so happy to have the opportunity to work with my colleagues at the ARB and be in this amazing state with all of you. So, and I think what we're going to talk about today, these incentive programs have been essential to this process. To this progress, I should say. It's probably heresy for me as a longtime regulator is to say this, but regulations are essential, but inadequate to reach the goals that we have. I don't believe that regulations by themselves can create these markets. We need both regulations and incentives, and I think the evidence has been clear in the state of California that is indeed the case. But I have to say this progress that we've seen is now at risk for reasons that everybody here in the room and online understand. These unconstitutional, illegal, foolish, and immoral acts by the federal government have invalidated three very important actions that the state of California has made and others that we chose to withdraw from EPA, and this is creating a ginormous hole in our emissions reduction budget that we now need to try to do our best to fill. I won't go into the details of these actions for the reasons of time, as well as strict orders by my cardiologist to not dwell on them, so I won't. But there are real impacts to breathers in the state of California that people need to understand, and our legislature needs to understand. There's something like 175 tons per day deficit now, and that is enormous. If you're not familiar with the state implementation plan process, or if you are, you know how big of a hole that is. We expect NOx emissions to be 40% higher, PM fine particle pollution up by 18%, and thousands of more people are going to die in California if we don't find a way to make up for these reductions that have been invalidated by the federal government, at least for the time being. All of which is to say is there has never been a more important time in the history of California for these incentive programs to be enhanced. And that's what we're here to talk about. We want your ideas. How can we strengthen the existing programs? What ideas do you have for new programs? But it's through these incentives that we can act the quickest to try to recover these emission reductions and protect public health. So I see every challenge as an opportunity, and we have the opportunity now to rethink how we do these programs, how we should be designing new programs, what funding is needed, and how we can get these reductions as fast as possible. We simply don't have time to be wringing our hands or catastrophizing about the current state of affairs. We don't have the luxury to despair. We've got work to do. And I like to remember Teddy Roosevelt's quote that there's no greater prize in life than working hard at work worth doing. And this is work worth doing. And we're very happy to be doing it together with all of you. So thanks again for your time today, for your ideas. To be an active participant in this workshop is really valuable. And I will turn the mic back over to Graciela.
Thank you, Chris. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name is Graciela Garcia. I am a vehicle program specialist within the Mobile Source Control Division at the California Air Resources Board. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start today's presentation and elaborating a little bit more on what Chris was mentioning during his opening remarks. Earlier this year, the federal government has taken illegal and unconstitutional actions that are making it harder for California to reduce air pollution. These actions have weakened CARB's regulatory authority to protect people's health. And on top of that, changes in federal priorities and budget cuts has led to uncertainty in the zero emission and advanced technology vehicle market. One example is the loss of the federal tax credits for zero emission vehicles, which will make it more difficult for people to afford clean cars and will slow down our progress. But as Chris highlighted, we can't afford to slow down. Transportation causes 60% of the state's smog-forming pollution and 40% of our greenhouse gases. We need to keep cutting emissions to meet air quality standards, fight climate change, and protect our communities. Last year, more than 17 million Californians breathed unhealthy air, which can lead to asthma, heart problems, and lung disease. That's why we must keep pushing forward. To reach our clean air and zero emission goals, we all need to work together hand in hand to drive progress forward. Next slide, please. So in response to these illegal actions by the federal government, Governor Newsom signed Executive Order N-27-25. This order shows California's strong commitment to clean air and zero emission vehicles, especially in communities hit hardest by air pollution. The order directs the California Air Resources Board, or CARB, to create new regulations that cut down on greenhouse gases and other harmful pollutants. It also directs the state to buy vehicles from companies that support California's clean air goals and to look at more ways to help people adopt zero-emission vehicles. To support this, CARB and other state agencies launched the ZEV Forward initiative. It gave the public a chance to share ideas on how to keep California moving towards clean transportation. People spoke up about what matters most, making clean vehicles more affordable, reliable, and easy to access. These ideas were included in a report to the governor in August of 2025. Now, CARB is building on that work with a new effort called Drive Forward. This program will help shape clean vehicle rules, incentives, and education to get more zero-emission cars and trucks on California's roads. Next slide, please. To keep moving forward, CARB is working on a fast timeline to create new rules for clean cars and trucks, light, medium, and heavy duty through 2026. We started this work with a workshop on October 21st, focused on light duty vehicles to kick off our 2027 rulemaking. Today's workshop is all about CARB's incentive programs. And in this December, we will hold another workshop to talk about heavy duty vehicle standards and strategies. Early next year, we plan to bring a funding plan for clean transportation to the board. Then in the spring, we'll hold more public meetings and workshops to keep the conversation going on Drive Forward for both light, medium, and heavy duty vehicles. CARB is committed to making sure all Californians, especially those living in areas with the worst air, can benefit from clean transportation. We're putting special focus on rural and tribal communities that have often been left out. That means showing up, listening, and working on the issues that matter most to them. By building trust and strong partnerships, we can make sure everyone shares in the benefits of clean air and climate action. But before we dive into today's workshop, let's take a moment to look at how far we've come. Next slide. This slide shows where we are today with zero-emission vehicles, or ZEVs. California has made big progress in getting cleaner cars and equipment on the road. ZEVs are now one of California's top exports, and in the third quarter of this year, approximately 29% of all vehicles sold in the state were zero emission. That makes California the #1 ZEV market in the country. Even though the federal tax credit ended earlier this year, people are still showing strong interest in clean vehicles. Thanks to this demand, we've already met our Advanced Clean Trucks goals ahead of schedule. That's because 56 ZEV manufacturers across the state have helped put nearly 28,000 zero-emission trucks on the road. We're also seeing fast growth in charging stations. California now has over 200,000 electric vehicle chargers and 68 hydrogen stations. All of this progress is the result of smart investments over the past 20 years, especially through CARB's incentive programs, which have helped bring cleaner technology to communities across the state. Next slide. So now that we've covered a little bit of background and provided some context as to why we're here today, I'll now give an overview of our current incentives portfolio here at the California Air Resources Board. Next slide. Over the past 2 decades, CARB's incentive programs have played a critical role in providing climate, air, public health, and economic benefits, accelerating the deployment of the cleanest available technologies, increasing access and affordability, and supporting complementary regulatory programs. Now, let's take a look at our overarching goals. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overarching goals of CARB incentives. Each program has different but related goals, which are driven by various state mandates, legislation, and executive orders. In addition to meeting state goals, supporting climate resiliency, and protecting public health, incentives also support the state's continued commitment to equitably deploy the cleanest technology available and support community-driven clean transportation approaches. Lastly, incentives help promote economic growth, job training, and apprenticeship opportunities, all critical in supporting the cleanest available technologies. With the goals of CARB incentives in mind, let's take a look at CARB's incentive portfolio as it stands today. Next slide. So this slide gives a quick overview of CARB's incentive programs. I'll start with the Air Quality Improvement Program, or AQIP. This program funds heavy-duty vehicles and equipment to reduce air toxics and criteria pollutants. It is funded through June 2035 under Assembly Bill 126. Next, we have the Carl Moyer program that supports cost-effective emission reductions for State Implementation Plan, or SIP credit. It's funded until January 1st, 2034 under Senate Bill 283. I'd like to also note that Moyer is also currently proposing updates for their light-duty vehicle chapter to better align with the Clean Cars for All program. Staff is collecting public comments on this proposal until December 29th, 2025. Next, we have the Volkswagen or VW Mitigation Trust. This was a one-time funding opportunity to offset excess nitrogen oxides emissions from the VW illegal defeat devices. And this funding had a focus on zero emission projects. The Low Carbon Transportation Program funds advanced technologies that cut greenhouse gases, especially for priority populations. It relies on annual budget appropriations rather than consistent, predictable funding. The Funding Agricultural Replacement Measures for Emission Reductions Program, or FARMER program, supports emission reductions in agriculture and, like low carbon transportation, depends on annual appropriations. The Assembly Bill, or AB 617 Community Air Protection Program, focuses on reducing air toxics, criteria pollutants, and greenhouse gases in communities. It has continuous funding through 2045 under Senate Bill 1207, though funding levels aren't guaranteed and may vary, which is true for most of the programs on this slide as well. Next, let's take a look at funding levels for CARB's incentive portfolios over the last 5 years. Next slide. So, except for the one-time Volkswagen or VW funding, this slide shows funding levels for each of our broader incentive programs since 2021-22. And as you can see, funding levels overall have declined, especially for the low carbon transportation program. The last two budget cycles in particular have been limited, and we know that significant and consistent investments are needed if we want to continue the state's momentum in deploying the cleanest available technology. For fiscal year 25-26, I do want to note that of the $157 million appropriation for low carbon transportation, $132 million of that was again one-time funding for the Clean Truck and Bus Voucher, or HVIP project. This funding was made available from recent settlement with Hino Motors, a subsidiary of Toyota. The remaining $25 million was specifically appropriated to the regional Clean Cars for All program. Staff estimate that the total $157 million appropriation for HVIP and the Regional Clean Cars for All program will last approximately 6 months to a year. As we enter the next budget cycle for 26-27, it's critical now more than ever that we take this time to reevaluate priorities and ensure our investments are deliberate and positioned to drive lasting impact. With that, I'll hand it off to Lisa McCumber, who is going to kick off the first input session of today's workshop on individual and community mobility investments. Lisa?
Thanks, Grace. Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here with you all to kind of dive in on individual and community-based incentives. First of all, for folks that joined after we got started, please join us up at the table. We really want today's conversation to be a back and forth. There are name tags in front as well for you to add your name to. And to make things easy, when you have a question as we're going through the Q&A components, just lift your name tag. That way you don't have to hold your hand in the air for very long. And I'll be getting to you very quickly. So please take note of the table tents. Throughout the session, there are going to be several opportunities for questions and comments. And when those arise, just let us know how you want to participate. For those online, you'll use a hand raise feature and we'll provide some instructions on those shortly. Today, the goal of our discussion really is not to get deeply in the weeds on any particular programs or projects, but to walk away from the day with general consensus on whether or not we've identified the right amount of funding needs and how best we balance the broader goals that California has when it comes to climate and air quality, along with advancing equity. So within this light duty session, our sense is really that those are going to be kind of our key themes: is how are we going to reach our ZEV goals, and how do we do that while we're balancing equity? It's also important to note that the outcome of today is not to set any specific policy. We won't be making any major decisions today. The input that we will gather from you all is going to be used first to help us better understand if we're on the right track with priorities and funding needs for individual and community-based incentives. And second, to help bring everyone together to build stronger coalitions around these funding priorities. As you just heard from Grace, funding has been minimal in recent years, and we don't want to miss another opportunity to ensure that funding is available for the projects we know that you all care about. If we can work together to be clear and collaborative when you all are doing the great work of advocating for these programs, then we hope that we'll see some funding in the future and that these programs can continue to grow and thrive and help us achieve the air quality and climate goals and equity goals that we intend them to. Before I hand off to Michaela, who will take the next piece, I want to emphasize again that today really is a conversation. We want to encourage participation. Please join us at the table for those of you coming in. And there are nameplates for you to write your name on too. We do not have the chat or the Q&A enabled within Zoom for a couple of reasons. We really hope you'll raise your hand and engage in the dialogue with us. If you don't want to participate verbally, you are invited to send an email to the email address we'll show on the screen in a little bit. It's our clean transportation email, and we'll incorporate those into the discussion as we're going along. Different from past workshops, we will have discussion points scattered throughout the presentation. So we're not going to just talk to you for a long time. We really want a conversation. We're also going to use a new type of technology today. We're going to be using a program called Mentimeter to do some ranking and some polling and to help guide the conversation. We'll provide instructions on that when we get to the first question pretty soon. But you'll likely want to have smartphones handy if you do have those with you today. If you're not viewing from within Zoom or on a computer, you'll be able to use computer, smartphone, and so forth to participate. With that, let's go ahead and start diving in. Let me hand things off to Michaela.
Thank you, Lisa. My name is Michaela Elder, and today I'll be providing an overview of the individual and community mobility incentives, starting first with public input we've received this last year, and how we are addressing that input. We appreciate the feedback and participation we received throughout the funding plan process and want to report out on where things stand with that feedback. First of all, Clean Cars for All and the Driving Clean Assistance Program, CARB is working to make the rules more aligned. This will make it easier for people to understand and apply. CARB is also finding new ways to pay for these programs. For example, we are allowing funding from other programs like Carl Moyer and the Bureau of Automotive Repair to keep things running when there isn't enough in the budget. For the Clean Mobility Options programs, CARB is changing how they choose projects. They will now focus more on community needs, remove limits on funding, and give groups more time to finish their projects. These changes are based on what the public has asked for. Finally, the Clean Mobility in Schools program is growing. It will now be able to benefit more students, especially those from areas that don't have as many resources. Next slide, please. That said, let's take a step back and review the full portfolio for individual and community mobility. These programs are designed to help people get around in cleaner ways, like walking, biking, taking the bus, or driving cleaner cars. These programs support communities all over California and help us reach our goals. They aim to cut down on pollution that makes the air dirty and can hurt our health by reducing harmful gases, give people more ways to travel, like better buses, bike paths, and safer sidewalks, so they don't always have to drive and reduce vehicle miles traveled. Support neighborhoods that need the most help. These are places where people may not have as much money, education, or access to jobs and services. We listen to what these communities need and help pay for clean transportation ideas that work for them, and help fix past harm in communities that have been treated unfairly when it comes to pollution and transportation. Next slide, please. Now I'll give a quick look at our programs that help people and communities get around in cleaner ways. These work to reduce air pollution and make sure help goes to the people who need it most. On the left side of the slide, you'll see programs that help individuals buy zero-emission vehicles. These include Clean Cars for All, the Driving Clean Assistance Program, the E-Bike Incentive Project, Access Clean California, the Zero Emission Assurance Project, and the California Integrated Travel Project. On the right are our Clean Shared Transportation projects. These help communities make plans and start new ways for people to get around without needing their own cars. These include Clean Mobility Options Vouchers, regional pilots, planning and capacity building grants, Clean Mobility in Schools, and the Sustainable Transportation Equity Project. Next, we'll show you how to use Mentimeter before launching our first question. I'll hand it over to Robert.
Good morning. My name is Robert Chester. I work here at CARB. So today we're going to be using a tool called Mentimeter. We'll ask you some interactive questions and get your responses and thoughts in real time. Your responses will be anonymous, meaning that no one will know who answered in what way or who wrote what. There are 3 ways you can participate. The first, you can enter a code we'll give you into the Mentimeter website using a browser. The code is 93876165, as you see it there on the slide. The second way you can participate is to access the participant web link, which is dropped in the chat. The third way is that you can scan the QR code with your smartphone, if you have one. Next slide. Okay, so we're going to do a little warm-up question here. Let's see. How familiar are you with current programs that support zero-emission vehicles and shared mobility? So please choose one of the following responses. Very familiar. I have applied to or supported one or more of CARB's programs in the past. Somewhat familiar. I am aware, but don't have direct experience with the programs. Heard of them, but not sure of details, or not familiar at all. So please enter your responses. Take about 60 seconds or so. I think we've reached critical mass. Okay, so it looks like most people are very familiar or at least somewhat familiar. Okay, I think we can end it for now. I'll hand things back to Michaela.
Thanks, Robert. Next slide, please. Yes, okay, great. So this slide shows some of our progress to date. Our individual and community incentive programs have been allocated nearly $3 billion, deployed over 625,000 vehicles, reduced 11 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions, deployed nearly 200 community projects, scrapped nearly 30,000 vehicles, and created over 1,400 jobs for community mobility. I'll hand things back off to Ava now, who's going to spend a little time covering progress made in the community mobility space. Then we'll be back for some final thoughts on individual mobility.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ava Yakubirad. Work for CARB. Thanks for coming today in this rainy, stormy day. Appreciate that. I'll be covering our community mobility incentives. These programs begin with listening to communities, their stories, and their needs. Through planning and capacity building projects and community transportation needs assessments, they're shown in black stars on the map, local community organization, tribal governments, cities, public school districts, and hopefully residents, which is our main goal, identify the real transportation barriers in their neighborhoods. Limited access to jobs, healthcare, grocery stores, and safe and affordable travel options. These early projects are not just studies. They lay the groundwork for trust, partnership, and shared vision. Next slide. From those deep community engagement emerged actionable strategies. Our mobility implementation projects, which are shown on the map with pink circles, focus on creating shared community-based transportation options, such as electric car share, bike share services, active transportation infrastructure like bike lanes and walkways, electric school buses and shuttles. These projects are targeting communities with high concentration of elderly residents and kids, people with disabilities or without driver license, households with limited or no cars, as well as neighborhoods located in transit deserts. Together, these points tell a story of progress, collaboration, and commitment to equity, one that continues to expand across California's most vulnerable and historically underserved regions. This illustrates the reach of CARB's clean mobility investments across California, highlighting more than 100 community-driven projects, including 10 projects led by tribes that exemplify locally tailored, culturally grounded approaches to zero-emission transportation. Each of these projects strengthens the state's understanding of what works best in rural, tribal, and low-income urban communities, ensuring that future funding hopefully becomes smarter, more equitable, and more community-driven. Next slide. Now let's watch the very short video that highlights the real impact of our clean mobility investment programs. You will hear directly from community members who now have transportation choices that did not exist before. from electric car share and e-bikes to zero-emission shuttles and school buses. These stories show how zero-emission mobility isn't just about cleaner air. It's about opportunity, access, and connection. Each of these projects reflects what happens when we invest in communities to design solutions that truly meet their needs while helping California achieve its air quality and climate goals. So we'll watch that, but the staff also will drop a link to more project stories in the chat for those who are interested to watch other videos later.
I don't know how to drive. Basically, that's my car, you know. It allows me to do my exercise. I have to go to do my errands, plus go to the grocery store. I don't have to pay for gas, and it's cheap, and it's eco-friendly, you know.
Now that meal cards are available, I could go a lot further and a lot more other locations that are quite farther than I was able to before.
Ride sharing. The incentive program has definitely helped me get to where I need to go as soon as I need to go there.
It's so exciting to be here at Stockton Unified for Earth Day. We know how important it is to have an incredible relationship with our air, our water, our soil here in the Central Valley because we produce the nation's food.
Okay. Next slide. I wish we could show you a longer video. All right. So now we have some codes. I hope it easily can be. The codes in this slide capture what clean mobility projects really means in people's daily lives. These are just some example. I read a few highlights. My husband has many medical appointments. He needs to go for dialysis appointments at least 3 times per week. Thanks to this program that has supported us. This is from an electric car share user from one of our projects. This is going to be a lot of help to many of us who don't own a car. Another electric shuttle user of one of our projects made that code. I love to use bikes since I don't know how to drive. Basically, that is my car. Another community bike share users. As you can see from families who now have reliable rides for essential trips like medical appointments, residents gaining access to zero-emission shuttles, to individuals who can rely on electric bike share program as their main form of transportation. These programs are expanding connection and opportunities. They are helping families and communities while also helping the environment. This is the real impact of our community mobility investments that we're hoping to see more of. Cleaner air, stronger and more sustainable communities, and transportation access for everyone. Now I hand things back to Michaela.
Thanks, Ava. Just like the community mobility projects, individual mobility, previous slide. Yes. Individual mobility solutions can also have a meaningful impact on participants' lives. As reflected in the testimonials shown here, these programs can deliver immediate benefits, such as enhanced quality of life, while also contributing to improved local and regional air quality. I'll read a few highlights. This program gave me the opportunity to receive a reliable and sustainable vehicle for my children at a time in our lives when we needed it the most. A stress was taken off my shoulders, and I was able to focus on the things that I needed to, versus having to run into random maintenance issues that were out of my control. Since I own a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, I pour my gas tank once a month versus once a week. And as a local/regional car, this one works very well, and it was affordable enough to allow us to buy a new EV. We have never, ever owned a new car. Next slide, please. So with our goals and impacts in mind, we'd like to shift now to the heart of today's conversation, future investments and priorities. This slide presents our estimated annual funding and outcomes for our light duty and clean mobility incentives projects. In total, we are estimating $550 million per year over 5 years, with $200 million of that being for clean mobility projects, $200 million of that being for Clean Cars for All, and $150 million of that being for financing assistance. We now have 7 questions for you to respond via Mentimeter. We'll drop the slide in the chat so you can reference it while you answer the question. Give us a moment while we get these questions set up, and I'll hand things over to Robert.
Thanks, Michaela. Okay. As Michaela said, we have 7 questions to go through. And let's see, the first one, at the end of this, we'll hold an open discussion if time permits. We have until noon. So the first question, to what extent do you agree with this statement? The estimated annual funding amounts are right for each program in the first year. Strongly agree or strongly disagree? Go ahead and enter your responses. Okay, I think we've reached critical mass. So on average, we have 3.5. All right. Okay. So at this time, we want to open it up to see why you provided the responses that you did. So we're going to now explain how to raise your hand on Zoom if you would like to. For those in the Sierra hearing room, you can show your name tent with your name on it when you have a question or want to answer the question that's been asked. For those online, select Raise Hand on Zoom under the Participants tab, or on Zoom Mobile, tap Raise Hand in the More tab. And if you are joining by phone, press #2 to raise your hand. Once your line is open, state your name and affiliation, if you have one, before speaking. If you would like to email questions or responses, please send them to cleantransportationincentives@arb.ca.gov. Okay. So, is there anybody who would like to share why they voted the way that they did at this time?
Can we show the results?
They should be showing.
Oh,
Can folks see
got
on
it.
the screen?
Yes. It's
Awesome.
hard to interpret, but yes. And really quickly too, for those that joined the room, sorry, that may have come in late, there are still a few seats at the table. If you'd like to join us, you're more than welcome.
Tom, please go ahead.
Now I'm on. There we go. More of a question that informed my struggle with answering this question actually is I'm just curious if staff can elaborate at all on how the funding need that you identified was arrived at. Any sort of general sense of what went into that assessment would be helpful to understand.
Yeah, absolutely. So each year is part of the development of our funding plan. We do these forward-looking projections. We did have some public workshops in the summertime that helped inform those. And the numbers that are presented here are kind of a deviation, or how to explain it. They're a single snapshot number pulled from ranges that we prepare, right? And so there's a lot of different assumptions that go into it. We look at everything from what the incentive amounts are, what the expectation is, or what the dollar amounts we think should be across all the different incentives, and what the program needs may be. And the numbers that were on the screen are actually pretty conservative. We do think, like for some of the vehicle purchase incentive programs, for example, we can probably fund more vehicles than what is shown on the screen. Conservative number. But we know that from the goals that we set for a lot of the programs, that we'd want to ensure that at least that many vehicles are supported. It also includes things like complementary incentives. So for our vehicle purchase incentives, for example, it includes things like having a charge card come along with it. So not just the price of what it would be to help invest in the vehicle, but the charging support, because we know that especially when we're in the equity space for low income folks, that charging is very critical to helping them keep, maintain, and really be successful in owning that ZEV. And then for the mobility projects, it really is kind of a look across what we know a lot of the communities we've been working with from our past experience need to be able to really develop the projects they're trying to develop and then sustain them over a few years. I think one of the most important things we've learned and are, I think, still really trying to understand is what the long-term public investment needs to be in the mobility space. And so again, these are just snapshot numbers. And we're open to input and understanding whether or not there's other things we should kind of consider and build into our methodology to represent the numbers even better.
Okay, thanks. I don't see anybody else in the room at this time. Oh,
Hopefully I'm good. I have a bit of prepared that's echoing a little bit what Ava covered. But for those that I don't know in the room and online, Robin Marquis from CalSTART. We're a mission-driven nonprofit accelerating the clean transportation industry across a variety of vehicle classes and mobility as well. And for transparency, for those that are not aware, myself and I'm also flanked by other members of the Clean Mobility Options Administrator team. So just want to make clear that that's where a lot of our perspective is informed from. So thank you to the Air Resources Board for your leadership in advancing a holistic ecosystem-based approach to clean transportation, as Chris Grundler noted in his opening remarks as well. In California, mobility looks different for everyone. For many households, owning a car may still be a practical necessity, but for many others, and we heard from in the video as well, addressing individual clean car access alone is not sufficient. And for many, that may remain out of reach. So they need shared, active, and community-based mobility options to make their daily life possible. A truly equitable incentive system must honor all of these realities and be responsive to local conditions and needs. California is addressing this through its mobility programs. You may have seen it in past budget cycles as sustainable community-based transportation equity projects. That is a mouthful. I like the shortening done here today, which is funding this integrated system of clean, safe, and affordable mobility options. These programs, funded through California climate investments, support this ecosystem and complement existing transit investments while filling critical gaps. And since they weren't covered, the suite of programs that we're talking about is Sustainable Transportation Equity Project, or STEP, Clean Mobility in Schools, or CMIS, Planning and Capacity Building, or PCB, and then Clean Mobility Options, or CMO. So these go beyond access to cars. They invest in first and last mile connections, active transportation infrastructure, street lighting, safe routes, et cetera, all while improving public health, equity, and economic outcomes. So when considering the level of funding and the investments that can have the greatest impact on more people for less money, equitable shared mobility programs should be at the top of that funding consideration. And not just that, but as we saw in the graph, the level of fundings that have changed over the past few years. This suite of community mobility programs has not received new funding for multiple years in a row. So I believe that to jumpstart back these programs and to not just continue investing in current projects, but allow other communities to have those same opportunities, at least $200 million is needed for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Robin. We're going to go to online now. And the first in the queue, Base Nesbitt. You should be able to unmute yourself. Please go ahead and let us know if you have an affiliation before you start talking. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Bryce Nesbitt, and I don't have a current affiliation, but I did found a company called NextBus, and we were the first company to put GPS trackers on public transit vehicles and display waiting times for persons. When I look at what you're doing in terms of funding, I can't say that these are the right funding amounts, but I can say that this is all very focused on getting vehicles on the road. When people make transportation choices very much based on their environment, is the school close enough to walk? Do I feel safe to walk there? Echoing the previous speaker as well. The vehicles that we have on the street become, in many cases, the barriers to other modes of transportation. Rates of walking to school dropped precipitously, and when we've spoken with people through Robert O. Johnson Foundation Active Healthy programs in the past, people who walk to school as kids will not let their kids walk to school today because they're afraid of traffic violence and death. And I think that's a huge issue. We need to understand that people will make choices based on their physical environment. Do they have a store that they can walk to? Do they have a store that they can bike to? Do they have a school or destinations that they can get to using these methods that you'd like to promote? That feels like it is underfunded at this time. Happy to also answer any questions if we're having a discussion.
Thank you, Bryce. Appreciate that. Next in the queue is Ray Leone. Please go ahead, Ray.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, good morning, actually. My bad. This is Ray Leon, the Executive Director and founder of the Latino Equity Advocacy and Policy Institute, the LEAP Institute, also creator of the Green Raiteros, the nation's first EV rideshare service, born out of Huron, California, a farm worker city in the San Joaquin Valley. You know, the numbers are I love those numbers right there, especially for CMO. I'm wowed by them, but I'm not surprised. A couple of months ago and pretty much consistently with the small fleet that we got of electric vehicles, we've been able to do about over 70,000 miles of non-greenhouse transportation and engaged hundreds of families, supported them in getting to their essential appointments. You know, the CMO is uncontestably really a critical element for what our community needs right now. Complementary are the other programs. I think we should think about, you know, really a CMO should get at least 15 million per year. I could explain why that is so at a later time, but a lot of our folks just don't drive. In that video that Ava shared, the woman that spoke about her using the bicycle because she didn't drive is telling to what's happening in a lot of our communities, especially with many of our elders that are dealing with dialysis, that are dealing with numerous health issues to a good extent because they've been in an industry that has not really looked after them in agriculture to the extent that they should. You know, and I've been doing environmental justice systems change work for 23 years, air quality policy work for the same amount of time, and public health work, organizing advocacy and social justice, economic justice for 31 years. So I've seen all of that. I've fought, you know, I've been fighting on the ground to improve the quality of life of farm worker families, particularly. Due to CMO, we've been able to do it very successfully, and I think there's some tweaks that need to happen, and some of the other programs I think could kick in a different way, so that cities is a farmer city with four forest cities in the state of California with some awesome leadership. I think some of you know I'm also the mayor of the city of Huron, my hometown, which is where my father arrived in 1951 as an undocumented farm worker from Michoacan. But Huron is a city with the most EV chargers per capita. Now we are at what is it? I think 42 chargers, level 2. We're about to install or switch on, waiting for PG
Ray, you're
in the
breaking up.
city in Fresno County, west of the 41 state route. But yeah, a lot of families are still unable to access electric vehicles or to be owners of their own electric vehicle, and that's something we still got to work on. But because we do have what I like to identify as a electric vehicle community fleet, we're able to bridge the gap in connectivity and mobility in a way that, of course, doesn't pollute the environment or impact the climate. So I just want to share those comments. Not sure if I broke up in the process, and apologies for probably sharing too much information.
Thanks, Ray. Okay, so we're going to go back to the room now. And I probably won't be able to call on everybody that has their hand raised online. Just let you know that now. We are going to have time later, and you can raise your hand again. But there's a lot of people in the queue. So right now, Bill Boyce, please go ahead.
Bill Boyce representing Cal ETC today. Wanted to know if we could go back to chart 26. I've kind of got a background and then a clarification question on that, which showed all the funding levels. And my first background question, how does that compare with the current last couple of years of funding total for all those programs?
My apologies, Bill. I was dealing with a quick Zoom issue because we hit capacity and I was responding. What's your question again?
How does that 550 million per year match up with what was available last year and the year before?
Oh, well, it is significantly more. The last 2 years, excuse me, the last 2 years, these projects have received little to no funding. And that's been one of the challenges, especially in the mobility space. There's been no funding for mobility the last 2 years. And prior to that, it was a much smaller amount. The last, I'd say, significant investment that we received across this light duty space was in 2021 and 2022.
Okay, thank you. The other one I have is just looking at the metrics there on the clean mobility projects, a lot more NOx and ROG out of there. Is that assumptions that you're just going to get more gross polluters off the market, or what are the assumptions going into the metrics?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We have and we don't have one published for this year, but we do have past years kind of methodology around this published. But we use MFAC. Yes, there is assumptions based off of vehicles that are displaced, not used vehicles that are removed from the fleet. All of that goes into how these are calculated. But our methodology is posted in prior year funding plans, and we can certainly kind of drop a link and point to those materials.
Okay, sorry I went down on the weeds on that.
No, you're fine.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Graham. Had your tag turn, sorry. Oh, Guillermo.
Hello, Guillermo Ortiz with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I wanted to express that we appreciate the approach for a holistic approach toward solving the transportation and mobility needs of Californians. In that regard, you know, one of the things that's top of mind, I'm sure, for folks in this room on the Zoom call is the affordability crisis that we're experiencing, not only here in California, but across the nation. We just had the average cost of new vehicles crest over $50,000 in this country. And so when we're thinking about investments, both in the mobility choices and vehicle side, I think what we would like to emphasize is that we ultimately have to also include designing our incentive structures to, on the vehicle side, ideally put some downward pressure on what people are experiencing. Unfortunately, the used vehicle market is also one in which has seen a lot of volatility in the past couple of years, which is the affordable option for many folks who can purchase a vehicle. But in that regard, what I would want to emphasize also in that space is in a world where, unfortunately, vehicles are seemingly getting less affordable, that CARB really look into continued funding and expanded funding for its mobility choices work for folks who are increasingly finding themselves unable to afford a vehicle, an individual vehicle, looking at some of these mobility choices programs that have been critically underfunded, has been stated by other speakers. I think is a worthwhile investment until we can see, hopefully, a completely different trend in the vehicle side. That's all to say, we still need to make investments on those vehicles, especially for zero emission vehicles. But if they continue to trend in a direction that makes it increasingly affordable, then it seems like public dollars to expand other means would be a worthwhile investment. Thank you.
Thanks, Guillermo. Okay, we're going to take two more online, and then we'll probably move to the next question in the interest of time. Three more online. Okay. Okay, David Reichmuth, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, my name is Dave Reichmuth. I'm with the Union of Concerned Scientists. And I had some questions, I think similar to Bill's questions about this, the funding chart. And one question I had was that when we're looking at the allocation of funding, it looks like that the per vehicle cost for Clean Cars for All is assumed to be about over $30,000, and for financing assistance is less than 10,000. It's about a 2.5 ratio. I'm just wondering sort of like where that, what is driving that assumption that the Clean Cars for All is very expensive per vehicle and that the financing assistance isn't. And then also I'd like to hear how you're thinking about the, the per vehicle emissions benefits, reduction benefits for Clean Cars for All. Looks like it's about 10 times the per vehicle amount of financing assistance, and sort of like how you're thinking about the relative priority of some of these projects based on that, the PM and NOx emissions benefits on a per vehicle basis.
Thanks, Dave. So first, when it comes to the assumptions that went into the vehicle amounts, again, they're very conservative, but they considered very different things. And I do think that when it comes to the Clean Cars for All numbers, it likely is a bit more on, it's not quite on par with financing assistance, but the assumptions that went into it are just different than the financing assistance numbers. And we used methodology from a couple of years ago from those. And so I'd say, again, those numbers also do not include things like administrative costs, outreach costs, and things that go into the grants as a total. And so some of that is what is at play and why those numbers look so significantly different. We do think, again, on Clean Cars for All, it is more likely that we see somewhere around similar numbers to financing assistance around the 10,000 number. But again, using kind of the methodology that we have developed through the funding plan process, those were the numbers that that we had for the conversation today. And the same really goes with the emission reductions. Again, we used just the methodology that we've adopted through the funding plan process to run those based off of these numbers. And we can go through, I think based on the feedback today, we plan to kind of go back through it and make adjustments and look at the different things that you guys all think that we should consider in solidifying these.
Okay, next in the queue, Kevin Fairweather. Kevin, please go ahead.
Test. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Concerning the out-of-pocket costs for an individual or a private company to purchase new zero-emission equipment, even though with many programs, incentive programs, there's an upfront quote or series of quotes that are submitted to the project, inevitably there's always cost overruns that occurs with most projects, or the cost of vehicles and equipment has grown so much that even the funding amount still leaves a large capitalization cost and out of pocket for the grantees. I know deployment is the goal, and one way to consider expediting deployment and giving those investors or grantees some flexibility and more power or confidence to be able to absorb the out-of-pocket capital costs even after incentives are awarded, is to update the allowable capitalization financing methods. So for example, for Carl Moyer, they typically only allow a cash payment for the balance due after incentives, or a typical conventional loan. They do not allow leases. And I know Carl Moyer's been around for a couple of decades, and in that time, the lease products from financial institutions have evolved quite a bit. And I believe AQIP does allow leasing. And my experience in working with the public is that they would really appreciate greater financing capabilities on the balance due, especially when you consider electrical infrastructure and construction costs that go into it now. They would really appreciate a greater latitude of being able to use a variety of financing and financial products to be able to handle the balance due amount.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yep.
Next, we have Jeannie Ward Waller. Jeannie, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks so much for the workshop and the chance to jump in and ask a question. I just have a quick comment. My interest is in the e-bike incentive program, and just know that there's a pretty significant demand for that based on the offerings that you guys have had earlier. And so I wonder, my question is just, did you factor that any additional e-bike incentives into your numbers about sort of vehicle replacement? Is that only cars, or is that going to include further incentives for e-bikes? And also, just if you could maybe explain a little bit more the recent decision to roll the, I think it was 17 million for another round of e-bike incentives into the Clean Cars for All program. And we'll send you a letter with some more, just comments and concerns on eliminating that next round of e-bike incentives. But I hope you could speak to just like whether you're factoring any future funding for e-bike incentives into your calculations. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeannie. Good questions. So first, when it comes to future funding for e-bikes, as you did notice in the table, we did not have a specific call out. That doesn't mean that we don't necessarily think that there is funding available. And we actually have some follow-up questions that will get at those other things. What we did include, though, was just the traditional programs that have existed for multiple years, that have received multiple years of funding. Those have been kind of priority projects for over a decade. And that's the reason why we highlight really those on the slide and for the conversation. But that's not to say that funding isn't needed for other things. And that's part of what this conversation is about. So hearing from you, the importance of funding for e-bikes is great. And we're open to hearing what you think the appropriate amounts should be. And so I'll actually kick it back to you if you have some thoughts on that in a moment. But to respond to your second question on what happened with the funding this last year, the program did have $18 million that was recently moved from the e-bike program to our Clean Cars for All program. That was done in response to Senate Bill 127. There was a bill that passed at the end of the legislative session, or actually during the budget session, so at the end of June, that requires CARB to look at our projects that were funded from fiscal years 22 through now, and make any available funding available to the air districts to ensure that the applications and the process demand they have in Clean Cars for All is met. Unfortunately, the only way to do that was to move the 18 million from e-bikes, as that funding was the only unencumbered funding we had from those 3 fiscal years that were called out in the bill. That funding was kind of in wait. We were planning to run a solicitation this fall to secure a new e-bike administrator for the next rounds of funding. But unfortunately, due to that legislative bill, we didn't have any choice in that. That money was swept and moved over to the Clean Cars for All program. That said, if there are particular funding amounts that folks think that are appropriate when it comes to e-bikes, we'd love to hear that.
Okay, I think we're going to the next question now. Okay. Please rank from 1, higher priority, to 4. Hold on one sec, sorry. Please rank priority for these different programs. Purchase incentives such as zero-emission vehicles, also known as ZEVs, and e-bikes. Complementary ZEV charging access, such as at home and public. Shared mobility community projects, schools, neighborhoods, etc. Planning and capacity building, education, and outreach. Please enter your responses. Wait another 15 to 20 seconds. Try to get critical mass here. We got about half the people so far. Slowed down quite a bit. Okay. So looks like have purchase incentives, zero emission vehicles, and e-bikes, then shared mobility, then charging, and then planning capacity and education outreach. So at this time, are there folks who'd like to explain why they prioritized the way that they did, either in the room or online? Go ahead. I can't see your name. Go ahead.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. My name is Brittany Brown. I'm a part of the Clean Mobility Options Program Administration team. Can folks hear me? Okay. I don't know. I'm just going to talk loudly. And just, I have some talking points as well. So at Emergent Labs, we work closely with the program team, the folks to my left, to advise on topics related to equity, access, and implementation. We know that transportation costs remain a major burden for low-income Californians who often spend a disproportionate share of their income on mobility while facing the highest pollution exposure. Community-based equity programs ensure affordable, clean, and accessible mobility, ensure that affordable, clean, and accessible mobility options reach the people who need them the most. By supporting programs like STEP, CMIS, Planning and Capacity Building, the Clean Mobility Options Program, and CARB at large, we expand access to shared mobility options that increase transportation choices and reduce household cost, improve infrastructure for safer, healthier neighborhoods, expand access to education, employment, and essential services, and prioritize incentives for households below the poverty line and historically marginalized communities. This is mobility justice in action. It addresses both historical inequities and current affordability challenges while promoting cleaner air for all Californians. I said a lot, but I will say that I'm not too sure about this particular exercise because I think that all of these programs are an approach and a solution to what communities need, which is charging infrastructure. They need purchase incentives. They need shared micromobility. They need planning and capacity building. So all of it has to exist within the realm of mobility if we're truly going to address the needs of historically marginalized communities. So, you know, I understand the exercise, but I wouldn't necessarily rank them. I think that they should exist in this realm if we're really going to address this crisis and support those who have been disproportionately impacted by our transportation solutions and transportation infrastructure. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much, Brittany. Tess, did you want to weigh in here?
Not for this one in particular, it was for the previous.
Oh. Sorry, I didn't see your
That's
thing
okay.
fast enough. Okay.
And then, but we could go ahead and.
We can loop back to that later.
Go back to that right now. So.
Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Rashina Mohabir, California Environmental Voters. I first want to take the time to thank staff for this workshop. I'm going to echo a few of the points that the previous speaker just made. It is a difficult thing to rank these priorities as they have different benefits, target different people and transportation options differently. But to explain some of my thoughts behind how I ranked this, I definitely consider purchase incentives to be incredibly important in light of the lost federal tax credits. And I guess I'd be curious to hear how the allocations that were on slide 26, especially in Clean Cars for All, had changed in response to that tax credit going away. I was personally curious about that. But I also, to the program that's ranked third, complimentary ZEV charging access, well, this is not entirely the same. Overall charging access is something that we're thinking about a lot in relation to consumer behavior and how people are taking advantage of these programs. Because, of course, it's a linked issue. People won't take advantage of them if they don't feel like they have equitable charging access in their areas. And, of course, low income communities are disproportionately impacted. They don't have the same at home charging access if they're in multifamily housing or if they don't have working and available chargers in their communities. So that's just how we're approaching these programs and how they're weighed. Thank you.
Really good points. And I think the one thing to keep in mind about the initial numbers we have is it does not actually consider making up the federal tax credit. So one of the challenges we have there is that the federal tax incentive, as we know, has been a very critical and important base to all of California's incentives. And the loss of that, we know is going to have pretty dramatic impacts. And we're all kind of just waiting to see what does that cliff look like once the first of the year comes. We're living the science experiment for the first time now. But it's, while we've got all kinds of models and ways that we could anticipate how the impacts are going to be, the reality is we don't have the funding to backfill $7,500 for every vehicle. And so what do we do, right? And that's, I think, part of why this conversation is so important right now, before we get to a point of identifying or seeing kind of what the state budget will look like in January and into the spring, really is figuring out, do we backfill that or do we backfill a portion of that? And does that happen across the projects that exist today, or do we take a step back and look back at middle income as we did with the Clean Vehicle Rebate Project and figuring out, you know, what is the right approach? But I think before we even get quite there is, what are the goals, right? And we presented earlier really what the layout of the goals are, which is, you know, ZEV deployment is a significant goal, but it often is kind of counteracted with the equity goals, right? Because when we're talking about equity, it is more money, but for less people. And so we've got this kind of conflict between the two. And I think the biggest challenge for us at CARB is understanding how to balance that best, which is what we're really looking for comments from you all about, is how we do that. If in fact we were to adjust our methodology to account for backfilling the federal tax credit, the amount of dollars needed would, like that first category, that's the only place money could go. And we recognize that, but we also really recognize that there's importance in making sure that we've got broader investments. And that's why these questions, I think, are really enlightening to us to see where your priorities are. But yeah, we haven't addressed that quite yet. And it's a tough one for sure to address. The market will be impacted, and it's going to impact low income consumers in particular, in being able to purchase newer ZEVs.
Okay, thanks for that. We're going to take 3 folks in the queue now, starting off with Bill McGavern. Bill, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Bill McGavern with the Coalition for Clean Air. And I really want to emphasize that in this transition to zero emission transportation, we need to bring along all Californians. And that means focusing our assistance on those with the least means that are having the most trouble making the transition to zero emission transportation. So we really need to focus on equity with the limited dollars that we have. There's been some discussion, as we just heard, about trying to bring back a broad-based incentive. And maybe if we had all the money in the world, we could do that, but we don't. I agree with Lisa. We will not be able to make up for the loss of that federal tax credit. Therefore, we need to focus those dollars on our disadvantaged and low income communities and households. And even within the equity programs, we need to make sure that we are reaching the most disadvantaged folks. And that means really working with the communities and community-based organizations, and using tools that might take some more time, but are worth it, as compared to for example, just having a web-based application that might be easier for some, but won't reach everybody that we need to reach. So we know that a lot of Californians are struggling to be able to afford basic necessities. Transportation is one of those. I agree with what Brittany said about mobility justice. And so, whether it's owning a car or an e-bike, or having access to those excellent mobility projects that provide people with zero emission transportation without owning a car, we need to focus on really helping those people who are having the most trouble getting by. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Bill. Okay, we're going to go next to Rachel Heckel. Rachel, please go ahead. Dropped off, Rachel. Okay. Let's then go to Nick Russo. Nick, please go ahead.
Hey, everybody. Thanks first to CARB for hosting this workshop. I'm really appreciative of being able to talk about some of these issues. I'm with Pedal Movement. We are a bike share operator, and specifically we work on a CMO funded program in San Pedro called Good to Go Bikes. One of our power users was featured in the video earlier. And so I think it's pretty well proof that there are people who really benefit from these programs in tangible ways. And so thanks for supporting that. I think on this particular item, I wanted to just shout out that I think, as you would expect, I ranked shared mobility community projects relatively high. And I think in particular, this is something that is a little bit of a preaching to the choir, because I know that this is something that CARB has specifically heard me talk about in the past. But I think in particular, a lot of shared mobility operators are getting hit really hard by increasing costs that are really out of proportion with what even our sort of regular operations budget looks like. In our case, we're paying more than half of our annual budget purely on insurance premiums. And so I think as a result of that, most of the money that at least that we've allocated towards our project is not really going directly to support users like Miss Yolanda, who was featured there. It's going to insurance premiums. And so I think that is just, unfortunately, a reality that we're going to have to consider going forward. And I think it has large implications for sustainability issues for these programs. And over the last few years, it's taken a lot to really encourage certain members of our community to feel comfortable using our e-bikes, particularly in an area that's not really amenable to riding a bicycle. And so we really have started to just see a huge uptick in the last year and a half or so, despite the fact that we launched the program back in 2022. So I think that long-term sustainability is definitely something that I know is a big concern for us in particular, and a big concern for all of you. And so I do think that is something that We've worked hard to bring these programs to fruition, and I think it would be really beneficial to ensure that they continue to exist.
Thanks, Nick. Go ahead, Lisa.
No, I wanted to emphasize that I know the insurance issue is a really challenging one, and I think we definitely want to make sure that we're collaborating to find solutions there. I think across the board, insurance within the state in general, there's a lot of issues, right? We're not going to be able to solve everything, but we recognize, especially when we're talking about projects that are funded at such small levels within like CMO and STEP and so forth, that the insurance is an impediment. And so I really, more than anything, want to use your comment as kind of a call out to folks that do have ideas and solutions in this space to come talk with us, because we really would like to find ways to make sure that the dollars we're investing in the programs is really going to the programs and really going to the individuals as much as possible.
Thanks for that, Lisa. Okay, next in the queue, Justin Hu Nguyen. Please go ahead. Justin just dropped out. Okay, Caroline Rodier, please go ahead.
Hi, I am Caroline Rodier, and I'm speaking as a community member. So with respect to how I rank these programs, I just like to share that, you know, despite the insurance issues that Nick mentioned, CARB's community investment programs have resulted in a number of turnkey nonprofit mobility services, bike loan programs, you know, Nick's bike sharing program, as well as car sharing programs. So these programs serve communities that include families with extremely low incomes. They're often the dominant users of these programs. In the past, and I believe today, for-profit shared mobility services just were just not available in these types of communities, especially in rural areas. So these shared mobility services, the turnkey, can be adopted quickly and affordably in other communities, you know, with families with extremely low income. These programs are also willing to provide lessons learned and basic support to help start new programs in communities. So I just feel that, you know, there's been so much progress made by CARB's program that, you know, there should be consideration about scaling these programs and supporting the programs that have developed. And I am concerned that the ZEV program, even with incentives, would not really serve the affordable, would not really provide affordable options to communities and families most in need. I mean, even with incentives, most of the people in these communities served by shared mobility just would not be able to purchase a car. So, you know, I'm echoing what many people have said. These programs serve people that are not served by purchase incentives. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to go back to folks in the room. Okay, Graham Noyes, please go ahead.
Thanks. My name's Graham Noyes. I'm an attorney, do a lot of work for low carbon fuels and technologies out there, and do a lot of work in the low carbon fuel standard in particular. Really appreciate the forum and all the comments here. Want to recommend that we consider expanding out the conversation beyond electric vehicles and look at other ways that are available to meet California's goals in terms of reducing greenhouse gases out there, achieving carbon neutrality, reducing fossil fuel use, and also addressing rural communities in a way that I don't think EVs can. I've had an EV for over 10 years, live in a rural community, and there's lots of situations where it doesn't work. It's just not feasible, and I think there's a lot of really deeply rural California where EVs are not an option. Specifically, I think we should be talking about flex fuel vehicles and E85, which are a proven solution out there. I work with Pearson Fuels, which is the largest E85 supplier in the state. They have 450 stations. They add about 50 stations per year. And the really unique thing about flex fuel vehicles is the E85 is they save consumers money over gasoline. So it's actually a cost saver out there that can achieve substantial greenhouse gas reductions, and you now have the ability to use ethanol with naphtha and have 100% fossil-free fuel going in there, and that can be an 80% greenhouse gas reduction. So this is not intended to replace what's being talked about with ZEVs here and the other community programs. These are all low cost, no cost additives really to supplement in terms of greenhouse gas reductions and just the kind of and we've been exploring this from a low cost, no cost perspective because we realize that funds are tight out there. But given that you've got a cost discount on the fuel that's in the marketplace, that's a real advantage. And the types of things that we'd like to talk to CARB about are potentially bringing in used flex fuel vehicles from other states, particularly to replace the gross polluters out there and get a benefit out of that. There are kits to convert existing vehicles over to flex fuel vehicles, and with an easier approval process or following the EPA approval process, that would be much more streamlined. Longer term, there's a lot of interest in flex fuel vehicles in the international market. Brazil is on the order of 85% flex fuel vehicles there. India is very focused on this area, and that's very much about certifications out there. We do have the new GM Trax that's certified to SULEV 30, so they can get down there, and we also see Uber and Lyft drivers, who are about triple the normal mileage average as a place to focus FFVs and E85 and get a lot of bang for the buck there. So look forward to future discussions, but just wanted to add sort of a new perspective into the conversation. Thanks.
Thanks, Graham. Appreciate it. I think that, where we are right now when it comes to the light duty space, primarily our focus, I think, will remain on ZEVs for the time being. I don't think that means that there isn't a place or a space for flex fuel vehicles and for cleaner fuels, because I think to the extent that vehicles that are using a combustible fuel, we certainly want to ensure that is the cleanest fuel available. But when it comes to incentives, ZEVs, I think that where the market is today, the vehicles exist as zero emission, and we are, at least within California, at a place where our grid is able to support, for the most part, even cleaner electricity production, and we're going to continue to get cleaner. And so I don't think that at the moment on the light duty side, we will have enough funding to also include traditional combustion vehicles. But I recognize that there are other sectors in particular that could have those types of opportunities. So I want to at least acknowledge that we recognize that the whole playing field needs to be as clean as possible. But when we are talking about light duty, I think we really have moved into this ZEV space. And at least for the time being, I don't imagine that we would see opportunities for funding combustion again. But
yeah, appreciate that, and that's why we're thinking about the no cost side, because we don't want to be competitive in that space and understand the reasoning there.
Okay, thanks. Tom?
This has been a really good discussion, and I'm really grateful that folks have brought up backfilling 30D, and Lisa, your great and appropriate question about asking, stepping back, what are the goals? And I should maybe introduce myself. I'm Senior Policy Advisor at Rivian Automotive, and everything we've talked about today, the programs that exist today that have been shown in the presentation are all extremely important and worthy elements of California's broad and comprehensive approach to addressing emissions in the transportation sector and electrifying this sector. But that gets at this question of what is the goal, and I think the state has been very clear about what its goal is, and that's carbon neutrality by 2045. It's obviously meeting federal air quality standards and complying and achieving the goals of the SIP and complying with NAAQS, that is the ambient air quality standards, and achieving ultimately a full transformation of this sector to electric propulsion and zeroing out greenhouse gas emissions from the vehicle fleet. And we used to think we were going to get there through a combination of measures, including strong supply-side regulations that Rivian continues to strongly support and looks forward to seeing back in force in California as soon as possible. But in the meantime, we do have this uncertainty. The federal government is asking whether those rules are still enforceable. There is a question mark over that, at least for a little bit of time here. And so our position is that our industry, the EV industry, which is core to achieving these goals for the state, needs a shot in the arm in the near term. And with the loss of 30D, we are facing, as you said, Lisa, potentially a cliff here, and at least a slowing down in progress and in momentum. And that has trickle-down consequences for the used vehicle market, which is where most people buy their cars. It has trickle-down consequences for the charging industry, which plans its investments and goes out to the market and seeks investment to fund charging deployment based on projections of where ZEV sales are going to be. That's key to utilization. And so we do need to be worried, I think, about the near term, 1, 2, 3 years here, where we might see a plateauing in ZEV sales, and how do we arrest that? And I think Rivian would fully agree, a $7,500 per EV backfill, that's a really tall ask of any state budget in any year. And looking ahead to next year, it's an extremely tall ask given what we're looking at from GGRF. And so we're open about that. I don't know that we would say that's the number, but we do think having a mature discussion about finding a way to put some amount of money on the hood and a broadly accessible incentive, in addition to all the valuable programs we already have, that's got to be part of the mix in our view. Every $1,000 leads to a bump in EV registrations in the state. People respond to incentives. And so if that number is some multiple of $1,000, it's not $7,500, we think that's still going to be useful. And we look forward to working with everybody in this room, with the legislature, in finding a way to identify the funds to achieve that and to support that in some sort of short-term, time-limited way to get us through the next couple of years and introduce some stabilization to the market. And so that's what I'd offer here. And that's why I listed ZEV incentives as the #1 priority. It's clean cars for all, it's mobility options, and we think it has to be sort of a recommitment to a time-limited, broadly accessible incentive program that helps to get as many ZEVs on the road as possible and sustain our momentum in the next couple of years through what is unfortunately a very challenging period, none of which is California's fault. And we hope we can work together to find a way to do that.
Thanks, Tom. Really appreciate that. I think, what a quick follow-up that I have is, so you had commented, every 1,000 or so has an impact. Thinking about where we were in 2021 when CVRP was on its when we were ramping down from CVRP, we were at 2,500. No, we were at 2,000. I think our incentive would hit as low as 2,000. Returning to a level like that, do you think, kind of from your perspective within the auto industry, that would have, I don't know how you define enough, right? But enough of an impact to, if we were to return to something like that?
It's rowing in the right direction. So that $1,000 number, I'm going to have to dig into the recesses of my mind here, but I believe there was an MIT study a few years ago that quantified this figure, and I want to say it was 8 percentage points for every $1,000. And so that's not trivial. And again, it's helping us push in the right direction in the meantime. We would obviously want that number to be as big as we possibly can. We're all going to have to figure out how to pay for these things. And so that's sort of our initial thinking about this. I'm sure there's some really smart folks over at UC Davis who might have more up-to-date figures on this. I would need to check in with them, but there's probably something else out there to help us quantify what the benefits could be of every, whatever, $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 you might put on the hood. But that's the number that I have in the back of my mind. And I'm sure there are other studies out there. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I know a lot of the research that we've seen and that we've referenced, I think, in many of our past conversations has been that anything less than 1,000 is not quite impactful, right? But if there is research to show some order of magnitude per increased 1,000, I think that'd be super helpful to see as well. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks, folks. We're going to go back to online queue here. First, Kristen Gomez. Kristen, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm Kristen Gomez with Hyundai, and I'm happy to follow Rivian on this because we echo a lot of what Tom said, virtually everything. I would say as a legacy auto manufacturer, there's another dimension by which we think about the state's investments. Tom referenced the 2 to 3 year gap between now and when we anticipate regulations coming back. This is a real opportunity for the state to invest in things like purchase incentives and infrastructure in order to pave the way for whatever the future regulations, the drive forward regulations are really going to look like. And so we would say that should really be baked in to this calculus that the state is really doing and the hard decisions that have to be made. We agree with you, Lisa, that there will be a pretty dramatic cliff come Q4 sales data on EVs as a result of the purchase incentives, being pulled back by the federal government. And so to the extent, funding priorities, and I think where CARB needs its regulations to go, for its SIP obligations, et cetera, are really, really important. We, of course, ranked purchase incentives highest as well for these reasons. But Hyundai has been getting into the equity space. We really care about these communities and trying to reach them and make sure that they have access to these vehicles through a number of different kind of innovative mechanisms that we've developed. The other thing that I would say is within the regulatory context, and I know this is a kind of a monetary incentive discussion that we're having, but there is monetary value that can be built into regulation that can buttress maybe losses of to the tune of a couple $1,000s that could be written into regulations through optional / incentive type programs. So I would just encourage that as well.
Thank you, Kristen. Okay, next we're going to go to Alex Emery. Alex, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Alex. I am with the Central California Asthma Collaborative. And I just wanted to comment on the original prompt that was why we chose our rankings. So for number one, I did agree with the purchase incentives. They make a huge difference, and I really, like previous speakers, want to really drive home the importance of that e-bike program. I understand when things are outside of your control as far as implementing the program, but it has really changed the game for a lot of our residents. I do on the ground outreach and am myself a resident, and I do not personally own a vehicle, so being able to do the Clean Cars for All solution is not something that I am eligible for. I am currently in the waiting phase of getting the purchase incentive through DCAP. And I personally benefited from the e-bike grant. It has given me mobility that I have not been able to access. And as somebody who is also low income and in the current state of the economy, I am very concerned about being able to take out a loan to purchase a used EV once I do get granted or awarded the grant. So I really just wanted to uplift the serious need for access to e-bikes, and how it is really giving a lot of people opportunities to be able to travel further, to be able to access food and employment. And I hope that moving forward, CARB really does keep that in the forefront of their mind and truly understand the desperation that our community has, especially, when we're talking about our residents who are low income and truly cannot access loans. They are very hesitant about accessing loans. They're very nervous that they're not going to hold employment long enough to be able to pay off the loan and then have their vehicle repossessed and then that be on their record. And that's something that we've heard directly back from the community repeatedly. My second one was the complimentary charging access, with an emphasis on complimentary. I am fully aware that the electric vehicle infrastructure is the largest fueling source in California right now. It does outnumber gas station pumps as well, which I think is a wonderful thing. Of course, I'm sure you're aware that there are multiple chargers that do have charging issues. They have the cords cut. Companies like ChargePoint typically just drop the charger off at the location and call it a day, leaving all of the maintenance and problems that come from it into the property owner's hands, which can be big issue, especially if they don't have access to continually replace the cords and the issues that they have. But being able to have complimentary charging access is a game changer. I personally live in an apartment, so I do not have access to at-home charging. Working in the job that I have as an EV equity program manager, I have a lot of education about electric vehicles, and I know just how beneficial it is to be able to have at-home charging. And I know how difficult it is to have to rely on public charging, and how it can really affect the efficiency of having an EV, especially having to go and charge on level 3 chargers, which are over time damaging to the battery. So I'm not necessarily able to travel to a location and drop off my vehicle at a level 2 charger in order to get that full battery that I need. I'm solely reliant on level 3 charging, or supercharging as some may know it. So to be able to have complimentary charging access would be a game changer for me to be able to have that at home or in public or at my work. It would be really wonderful to be able to drop it somewhere and do that. But I also will point out that charging rates are highly fluctuating right now. We've seen them go as high as 50 cents per kilowatt hour in our local areas. And when you're having to supercharge consistently, while trying to not go to a full battery so that you're not damaging it, it's just it's very difficult. And to have complimentary charging access, I know that the current incentive does offer the charge card, which is a beautiful solution. But I think having the complimentary charging access makes a big difference. And then I put planning and capacity building, education, and outreach as my third. I would have put it as my second, but we know that vehicles aren't going to come without charging infrastructure and access. So for education and outreach, again, this is my bread and butter, and I know how detrimental that is to our communities. If you're not somebody who works within the communities, it's very easy to be unaware of the severity and lack of education for our residents. A lot of them, don't take the time to research it. It's not a necessarily important part of their day. Not to mention the extreme amounts of misinformation and propaganda that is out there against electric vehicles. In our program, we work to simplify the language and only work off of factual information to disseminate to the public. Um, I have had non-believers come and talk to me at outreach, and by the time I'm done with them, they've done a 180 and they're very interested in the incentives and going clean at some point. It's very easy to address issues with residents and make them a lot more comfortable with electric vehicles if we really do focus on this education during our outreach. Outreach is great. Being able to go out and talk about the incentives is great. But that's kind of the step 3 or 4 in the process, and you still have to hit step 1, which is that basic education. And I think that when we are working on these budgets and we're working on setting up these grants, that there needs to be a big priority on education itself, not just outreach about the program, and that there needs to be development of beneficial education materials that are easy to distribute to those outreach partners, as well as language access. That's another issue that we have, and there's multiple languages that are spoken throughout California. And I'm in the San Joaquin Valley, and there's at least 10 languages that are spoken throughout our valley. And a lot of these programs only will do English and Spanish. And I think it's great that those languages are accessible, but we are leaving out a huge population from being able to access any of this. And that is very much not equitable. And that needs to be prioritized more, and funding needs to be put in for that. You have plenty of community resources and CBOs who do language translation services that you could be partnering with and making it a priority. And I feel like that really also goes into the educational portion of it. And then for shared mobility community projects, I think that those are wonderful. I feel like that's a very broad heading, so it's kind of difficult to properly rank that one. And I also do agree with previous speakers saying that just in general, this is a very difficult ranking to accomplish, but I do understand the data capture that you're trying to do. And for the shared mobility and community projects, I think that all of these other points that I made are the only way that you're going to be able to successfully have those shared mobility community projects. Because again, you're not going to be able to get anywhere if these residents are uneducated and are relying solely off of misinformation that they're seeing or propaganda that's being pushed to their screens and their devices. Along with technology, lack of technology access, if you want to be working in these communities, you also need to be fully aware that, again, we're working in low income communities. People don't have access to internet. Some people have smartphones, many don't have computers, and some of them don't even have emails. And I know that that's a very difficult thing to overcome, but if you're going to be properly advocating for these communities, then we need to focus on addressing the difficulties and inequities of the community before we can even start pitching these solutions to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. First, thanks for being an advocate and a partner in this space. I really appreciate the thoroughness that you provided across each of these spaces. And I want to just touch on a couple of them very, very quickly. First, on infrastructure, we do very much work in partnership with our friends over at the California Energy Commission. Unfortunately, we could not kind of collaborate today to be able to have them here at the table with us, but they are watching, and we will be continuing our conversations with them in an effort to, as always, try to improve the infrastructure space and make sure that we do have the right types of rules in place and opportunities in place for chargers to be accessible, to be working, and really be available for folks to use. And I really appreciate in particular the comments around the complimentary ZEV charging access. One of the things that I hear often from community members is that while it's great to get money to go buy an EV, it means nothing if they can't afford to also go charge it. And I recognize that if they have a gas vehicle, they have to put in fuel. There is a trade-off, absolutely. But when you're asking somebody to invest in something that is very much new to them, you've got to find, I genuinely believe that we have to find a way to make it easier for them so that they can have long-term success in that vehicle. And the only way to do that is with the complimentary ZEB charging, especially when we're talking about low-income folks. And we've heard this for a long time now, but I think there's still very much this desire and need to get the vehicles on the road, and that complementary piece is often left off. And so I just want to repeat back what I've heard for many years now about the importance of it as well. And then also kind of to go back really quick on e-bikes, we've also received some emails. And so I want to address e-bikes very quickly. So I do have some emails from CalBike, email from Bike East Bay. And then I know there have been a couple of comments throughout the morning as well on e-bikes. I first want to address the legislation SB 127 that directed us to move funds. The 18 million that was moved was not just a CARB's decision to give up money on e-bikes. And I want to make that very clear. We were given direction by the legislature to move available funds. We did not have an option to do that. And it's unfortunate. It's not the direction that we would have preferred to have gone. I mean, my team feels so passionately about that program. And has spent a lot of time. We were very much ready to launch a solicitation and get the new rounds of funding out there. And so we're just as disappointed as everyone else in kind of where that has ended up. So I want to make sure to first address that. And then secondly, the comments that we've received are very clear that there is a desire to ensure additional ongoing funding for the e-bike program. And so again, I do want to flag that I'm very interested in hearing from folks what they think the appropriate investment is in that space. If we're talking about purchasing incentives for e-bikes, what is an appropriate amount? If the legislature gave us 10 million to start, for those that did pay attention to the program, we easily had over 100,000 people in line for each of our funding windows to try to get a bike. And so we know there's demand for sure. But what is the appropriate amount to keep a program going? We could certainly put hundreds of millions towards it, and there is going to be demand. But what is the appropriate amount, really, especially when you're considering that in comparison to the numbers that we had earlier on the slide? And so for those of you that have those ideas, we'd really love to hear those numbers and kind of hear what you're thinking along those lines. All right, back to you, Robert.
So in the interest of time, we have quite a few questions to get to still. Would you like to take additional comments and questions on this question? Okay. Okay. All right, let's move to the next Mentimeter question, please. Of the programs we've traditionally funded, assume more funding was available. In which areas would you increase funding first to best advance equitable clean transportation? Clean mobility projects, currently set at $200 million a year. Clean Cars for All, currently set at the same amount, $200 million a year. Financing assistance, currently set at $150 million a year, or other. Please enter your responses now. Things seem to have slowed down quite a bit. So let's jump in here. Leader in the clubhouse right now by a nose is Clean Cars for All, followed quickly by clean mobility projects, then financing assistance. Okay. So for those in the room, if there's somebody who would like to comment on their chosen priority funding area and why you think it best advances equity. Robin? Okay. Go ahead, Bill.
Bill Boyce with California Electric Transportation Coalition. Cal ETC has supported the Clean Cars for All for as long as I can remember. And so this is really historically where we thought there's been probably the most impact across the market, and the fact that it does get more vehicles out on the road, and that's always been one of the most important goals. Question I had really is, there was an early bullet in like one of the third charts that said ARB was looking already, that was already one of the initiatives to try to identify more funding for Clean Cars for All. I wondered if you could describe what that ongoing effort is. If there's a dollar amount you're willing to talk about, that would be great to hear, and then see what sort of support you would want to try to make that happen.
Thanks, Bill. I think you're referring to the earlier slide, right? So so the board directed us to, let me think, last November, to try to find additional ways to ensure that the program could be supported. And what staff did in the months right after was went back and looked at all of our potential funding sources. And so a few things that we changed where we did allow the Carl Moyer program, for example, through Chapter 8, the light duty vehicle piece, to help support vehicles within Clean Cars for All. We also connected with the Bureau of Automotive Repair, who runs complementary programs, to see if they had funding available, which they did. And so the program did receive some funding from that. And we have continued to look for other internal sources. We do not, at the moment, have any recommendations or anything on other sources outside of that. What we were asked to do was to kind of look internal. Where do we have funding internal? And so that's what we did. Carl Moyer, we talked with Barr, and those were really the key things that we identified at this point in time. And again, I think for purpose of conversation, we are open to other ideas for other funding sources we should be considering.
Okay, thanks for that. And after I said the leader in the clubhouse, it looks like we have a photo finish, and Clean Mobility Projects is won by a nose. Okay, Robin.
All right, thank you. Robin Marquis with CalSTAR. I'm looking ahead a little bit, so I'm teeing up question 6 for us, so keep this in mind. But eventually, when we get to question 6, we will be ranking the outcomes from these particular programs: expanding access to zero-emission vehicles and charging, improving shared and community-based mobility options, supporting underserved and overburdened communities, reducing greenhouse gas and air pollution emissions, creating local jobs, training, and long-term economic benefits. The clean mobility projects do all of these things and more. And for the past 3 years, we have not had any funding to support new projects, particularly in CMO, despite these 2 funding windows being heavily oversubscribed. The first funding window was oversubscribed in 4 minutes. And as a result of that, in the second funding window, we expanded on the first come, first served approach to throw in a bit of a twist to give folks a more of a chance, get it in the first day, and then we randomized and then went down the list and did not make it very far down that list. So we have all of these projects and communities who've done the work, ready to go, want to implement these projects. and we have not been able to support them because we have not been able to fund any new projects. You've also heard from many of our awardees on the line today, so thank you to everyone out there who has shown up about the cost barriers and burdens that they're facing within these projects. So we are strongly advocating for more funding in that particular bucket, both to support new communities ready to implement, who have done their planning and capacity building work, who have done their needs assessment through CMO or others, and to continue supporting CARB's ongoing investments in current mobility awardees. And I know Brittany also turned, so I'll just do a little bit of that.
Yes, hi everyone. Brittany Brown, Emergent Labs on the CMO partner team. Just because there are folks, awardees that we heard on the line, but folks who are not in the room, I just want to bring those voices into the room. I want to speak specifically about the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce and their VanWorks program, which is more than just a transportation service. It's a game changer for their Central Valley communities and small businesses that rely on affordable and reliable transit. And it integrates clean technology into shared mobility. They're reducing carbon emissions while creating new opportunities for economic growth. So I just wanted to kind of bring that voice and that perspective into this room, and to just kind of be mindful and aware of that. One story that we did hear and that stuck out to me was that through their van hailing program, one of the things that they're able to do in building trust with the community is, say, if someone, a senior or an elder, is towards the end of the month and they've ran out of their benefits, right? Like they're on a fixed income, they can't afford to use the service. They will make that service free, right, for the rest of the month. And I think that speaks to the fact that this is a community-based mobility solution. It's culturally relevant, it's rooted in community. And again, I'm frustrated with the ranking because I think that these programs operate within the community and have their own unique benefits. But if we have to uplift a program, I would uplift the clean mobility projects, and still don't even really want to do that, right? Because I think we're here to build coalition and increase funding across all of these programs. So I'm off. I don't want to rank the programs, but I am here on behalf of CMO. But I think that if these and I think access, right, should be addressed across all of these programs because none of them are perfect, right? All of these programs that you see on the board are not perfect, right? I think that access can and should still be something that we think about. We don't see these as like perfect models and continue to be critical of them, right? And so I just want to say that too, that even though I'm here on behalf of CMO, we still recognize that there are gaps, right, that we still need to address. But I just want to uplift that and uplift the work that communities like Chula Vista, Fresno, Oakland, Richmond, all of the work that they're doing. They're not able to be here to be represented, but I want to just try to speak on behalf of them. And I'll stop in the interest of time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Brittany. Okay. Speaking in the interest of time, we have about 15 minutes before we're scheduled to stop. So one more person in the room, and then we're going to go back online. And in the interest of brevity, please try to keep your comments to under a minute, if at all possible. Guillermo, please.
Yeah, I want to echo Brittany's comments as NRDC's transportation team works both in supporting clean vehicle deployment, but also in clean mobility options as well. In particular, to make this short, is California is also going to be in the upcoming years hosting both World Cup matches and thinking about the 2028 Summer Olympics. And so in particular, we're going to want to make investments in clean mobility options across the state, especially as we welcome international folks to are attending these events. And we're going to need all the support we can to make sure that their experience and the experience of our current residents really meets the transportation challenge that all of those events are going to place on our transportation system. So in particular, I think there are investments that we can make in clean mobility in setup for those events, but also in benefiting communities way past when those guests end up no longer being in the state of California. But I think particularly investments in those spaces will be beneficial for both of those events, but also in the long term for where we need to be in our clean mobility. So given that we want to be gracious and good hosts, thinking about investments in that space to prepare and help ongoing efforts in preparation for those events, I feel like makes a lot of sense and is timely given the period that we're talking about.
Great point, Guillermo. Thanks. Okay, we're going to go back online. Rachel Heckel. Sorry you got dropped earlier, apparently. Please go ahead.
That's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Rachel Heckel. I'm the Executive Director at MioCar Electric Car Sharing and Shared Mobility Services. We're a not-for-profit established in 2019, and we're originally a pilot program through the CCI suite. We ranked in the past table and then this one, the Clean Mobility Project Suite, to receive more funding and to be a higher priority, though I agree with previous presenters that ranking is difficult here. But I would say the majority of our users, around 78%, are making $50,000 or less annually. A large portion of this group are 3 to 4 persons households with 0 to 1 vehicles per household. So in some, it's pretty tough or impossible for most of our users, our members, to afford a personal vehicle. And even with subsidies, EVs would be unlikely to be affordable from our base. In 2024 alone, we had 4,900 bookings, 396,000 electric vehicle miles driven, and 64,000 hours of reservations. The way that we were able to launch through CMO, STEP, and CMIS was not only to put shared mobility options in the hands of residents, but in the creation of these shared mobility ecosystems, which included transit integrations, mobility wallets, cross-marketing opportunities with bike lending and bike share programs. We pushed a whole landscape forward that really was around optimizing equity results and GHG reduction, which is a hard balance to optimize, but I think it is a big portion of why these types of suite-driven programs work. Dollar for dollar, you know, the CARB investment goes further when building these ecosystems of shared mobility. Some of the things that were addressed earlier by presenters, commenters around broken infrastructure, EV charging infrastructure, or community awareness, addressing pain points in real language that people can understand the opportunities. These are all pieces of multi-component programs funded through Clean Mobility Project Suite. And it is a shame the new projects have not been able to be uplifted in further rounds. Our staff spend an average of 10 hours on the phone in our 24/7 call center, supporting our car share members, but also navigating what is still a broken and fraught AV infrastructure network, both on the public facing side and even when our community partners with whom we work or in projects where we're leading, where we install chargers, when they're broken or vandalized or the company does not take O&M, long-term O&M responsibility, we're the ones putting in tickets. Some of our projects actually have funding to repair EV charging equipment that we use for car share, but is also public facing. So, you know, the multiple components that are brought into play in a shared mobility ecosystems project within the Clean Mobility Project Suite can continue to leverage prior investment and continue to build on that. So these are just some of the examples of many. We'll probably also be putting these in writing, but We just think that, you know, the resiliency piece here is where success is in the space. So to remain focused and to continue to push shared mobility systems for electrification, for equity outcomes, to address social determinants of health. I will just also say lastly that there's a significant percent of our users who have told us through surveys that their trips would have been impossible without the ability to do a short-term reservation on one of our vehicles. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, we're going to go next to Angel Pippins Lopez. So please go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Great. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Angel Pippins Lopez, and I'm the Transportation and Planning Coordinator at City Heights Community Development Corporation in San Diego. So today I'm here to uplift the value of the Clean Mobility Options Program as others have. So obviously this falls under the Clean Mobility Projects category. Just for some quick context, our work is centered in City Heights, which is a historically disinvested but highly resilient and diverse community where residents have been organizing for equitable investment and mobility for generations, dating back to the construction of the 15 freeway in the 80s when we advocated to get the first freeway cover park in California built. So even though many of our residents rely heavily on walking, biking, and transit for just daily life, our community members continue to face incomplete and unsafe infrastructure as they navigate this high traffic neighborhood. But with the support of the CMO funding that we've received, we've really been able to begin addressing some of those challenges, and we just want to uplift that from our end organizationally. So our CMO funded Mid-City Go project, it's a free electric community shuttle that provides on-demand rides in the City Heights and North Park neighborhoods, essentially connecting community members to transit stops, just businesses, medical care, schools, and other just daily essentials without requiring a personal car. This clean and convenient option isn't just filling those first and last mile gaps for hundreds of riders every week, but it's also improving the overall local transportation network and allowing residents to bring their voices to the forefront in allowing us to understand and address these long-standing accessibility and equity gaps that have been created by decades of disinvestment and physical division in our community. So, working with the community and being able to do this on the ground grassroots work is something that is very unique of a CBO, and a lot of other people in this call today have kind of mentioned their advocacy and community-based work, and it is very, you know, on the ground and allows you to gain a unique understanding for the community. So, with this funding, we've really been able to use this to get the resources to make a major impact on our community and also show how these equitable and community-driven clean mobility projects can really shape and inform statewide programs and priorities. So once again, this work is really only possible through consistent and flexible funding that reflects the realities of our community members, including the CMO program. And these funding streams really ensure that clean and equitable mobility solutions can continue to reach communities like City Heights statewide. So thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Angel. Appreciate that. Okay, in the interest of time, we still have a series of questions to get through to poll responses. So we're going to move through those without comments and questions. And then once we get through all those polls, we will then open it back up for comments and questions. We will have very limited time, though, at that point. So we apologize that we are running out of time. Okay, so next question.
Really, Robert, before you go, while we will have limited time, folks, we can stay a little longer. So maybe we'll go till about 12:10 or so that a few other folks that do have their hands raised online, so we can get to you if you haven't had a chance to make a comment.
Okay. Should program funding allocations be adjustable over time? Responses include yes, if policy targets have been met. Yes, if program funds are not being spent. Yes, if there's minimal evidence of impact. No, program funds should remain fixed. Unsure, I don't know about this. And other. Please enter your responses. Like we've slowed down. Okay, let's move to the next question. Don't think about specific programs. If you're responsible for next year's budget, how would you rank these outcomes for outcomes in terms of importance? Expanding access to zero-emission vehicles and charging, improving shared and community-based mobility options, such as transit, bike share, community car share, school-based mobility services, supporting underserved and overburdened communities, reducing greenhouse gas and air pollution emissions, creating local jobs, training, and long-term economic benefits. Please enter your responses now. Very much slowed down. Okay, let's go to the next question, please. For this question, you can enter one word or a short phrase, and Mentimeter will generate a word cloud. A word cloud shows text data where the size of each word matches how often a given word or phrase was used. Think about the current programs. What's missing? What barriers do you or your communities face in accessing zero-emission transportation? Please enter your responses now. Common themes so far: funding, infrastructure, education cost, affordability, lack of sustained funding, e-bikes, repair, training, adapters, connectivity. Very interesting. Transit. Okay. Let's go to the next question. On this question, can you write up to 150 characters or about 30 words in a statement in a separate box? No names or identifiers will be shown. What is one message you would like decision makers to take away from today's discussion? Please enter your responses now. See here that information is being sorted by theme.
Responses are starting to slow down a little bit, and we'd love to hear if what other folks have said resonates throughout the room. So I'm going to start voting so that you can mark 5, which you really resonate with.
Okay, so let's open it up for discussion now. We do have some folks online who have been waiting, a couple people who have not participated yet. First in the queue, Caitlin Rodner Sutter. Please go ahead and speak.
Thank you so
Caitlin?
much. Yep, sorry, the mute thing was a
No
little
worries.
there. Really appreciate it. I'm Caitlin Rodner Sutter with Environmental Defense Fund, and just first, thank you to all of you for putting this together and all the work that you're doing. You started the presentation with this context, but I just want to underscore how important your leadership here is and California's leadership, and just EDF is really grateful for that. I think I have a couple quick comments here and then a couple questions to follow up on. From our perspective, and I think it's been clear in this conversation that, equity and affordability must be central to all of the state's incentive programs. I think of programs like Clean Cars for All that have a real track record of success, yet the districts continually are running out of funds, and I think it really points to the need for stable, predictable funding, enabled to preserve community trust and consistent access. Overall incentives should really be providing a clear and sustained signal to the market for multi-year support rather than these programs that stop and start. That creates just a lot of uncertainty, and it's hard for communities and, hard for market participants. We also would recommend that incentive programs generally be aligned with regulatory programs, so we're maximizing their impact. So CARB should reward the vehicle manufacturers that voluntarily meet or exceed environmental targets, such as potential voluntary early action standards under this Drive Forward program. Such manufacturers could be on a preferred purchaser list or receive priority for these limited state dollars, et cetera. We'd also, of course, encourage more engagement with local governments and other states. So our successful incentive models that you all are developing can multiply the impact of California's leadership elsewhere. I will speak to heavy duty this afternoon, so I think those are my comments for now. I have two questions though. Would you like written comments following this workshop? Because I know we're limited on time and we have a lot more to say. And if so, when would you like those? And can you also speak to the alignment or connection between the funding amounts that we saw on slide 26 and CARB's budget request?
So we will actually be discussing next steps in a moment. So yes, written comments are fantastic and there will be other opportunities. So stay tuned, just a couple minutes, we'll get to that slide. And then your question on the funding. So, as part of the administration, what we do is we educate and provide the administration with information about what the program's general needs are, from, past history and so forth. But the administration will prepare the budget. We don't have any specific asks. What our hope is to provide you all with the information and the ammunition that you need to help go advocate in these spaces as best as you can. That said, though, I do want to address something really quick. We did discover, and I recognize that this really gets down to some of the questions that folks have had about the numbers in particular on Clean Cars for All on that slide. We did discover a slight omission on the vehicle number within the CC4A column. And so we are going to update that, and we will post a new slide that has the updated number. It did not grab all of the numbers that it should have. So staff figured that out, tracked it down. Just want to acknowledge, we apologize for the confusion around that. And we'll get that slide out really soon.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. We're going to move to Brian Harold. Brian, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you. Brian Harold here, speaking as an individual community member. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to speak on some of the other questions, but echoing some of the other comments that each of these programs, of course, has value. It's difficult to consider them in isolation or rank them, but speaking on the equity piece, clean mobility options and initiatives have the ability to focus on the most underserved communities in the state and develop community-led, tailored solutions that give communities a voice, which I think is very important if we're thinking about equity goals. And the GGRF funding has been really crucial in launching pilots across the state with short-term funding that's available, but we know there's limited support for long-term sustainability of these services, and that really leaves a risk of services becoming discontinued, which could have detrimental effects rather than providing benefits for the people who have begun to rely on these services. And also another reason to consider the importance of clean mobility projects in communities is that they give us a lot to learn. They serve as pilots and experiments and solutions that are the most effective. And these initiatives actually give people the ability to express their travel needs in a way they haven't been able to before. And measuring that and observing what people do when they're finally able to express those needs can further inform how to support transportation for people across the state, including how to allocate funds across other types of programs in the future to further advance equity for underserved groups. And finally, just wanted to say, I know a lot of the discussion today is centered around how to allocate a limited pot of funding across, specific programs, and that makes sense because it's part of CARB's responsibilities. But I really think, we'll need to take a broader approach on funding for these initiatives and seek policies that ensure long-term sustainability of services in underserved communities. One example, there was SB 529 by Senator Gonzalez that didn't get passed, but that would support long-term car sharing, for example, at affordable housing communities. So ideas like that, and I think in addition to allocating funds within the CCI portfolio, I would encourage CARB and other stakeholders here to appeal to the legislature regarding the gaps. What are the gaps left by the current funding and the need for more holistic and long-term policies that align with the state's vision for transportation in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, we have one more person before we cut back to slides for next steps. Craig Nesbitt. Please go ahead, Craig.
Hello there. I would like to comment on, in the previous step, I selected other for funding. There is a category of repair and maintenance that's not receiving much attention. All of the various new grants are for doing new things, adding new chargers, etc. But the old ones sit there and deteriorate. And there are two suggested actions. One, in Europe, cord-free electric vehicle charging is a thing. So there's no cord to cut, no cord to be maintained, no cord to be cut. I think that CARB could take an immediate and very inexpensive action to promote that form of transition in California. And then second, on the EVs themselves, with my gas car, I have to take it in periodically for an oil change. And at that point, the car gets looked over for things like alignment and brakes and other maintenance issues. But EVs don't go in for service nearly as often. And I think there's a pending cliff of car maintenance specific to EVs that's centered around the fact that they are so maintenance free. But we have to remember that they still have brakes and tires and gaskets and many of the other things that a conventional car has. So overall, repair and maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to hand it back over to Grace.
Thanks, Robert. So before we take our break, I just want to give a quick review of our Drive Forward timeline for those that aren't going to be sticking around for the next input session this afternoon on heavy duty off-road equipment and emerging opportunities. So following this workshop, we're going to be having our heavy duty vehicle standards and strategies workshop on December 3rd. And that'll be followed by one of our regular monthly evening community meetings on December 16th. In 2026, we'll be holding additional work groups where we plan to summarize past meetings and discuss how we'll use your input moving forward, including the input that you all have provided today. And lastly, in late December of 2026, we're going to be taking some guideline updates to our board for the Carl Moyer program. But in the meantime, if you think you have comments, questions, or suggestions after this meeting, I know we weren't able to get to everybody today, but feel free to email questions to our clean transportation incentives at arb.ca.gov email. And if you could note in the subject line, November incentives workshop, that'll help staff kind of sort through the emails and get responses to you as quickly as possible. This email inbox is always available, but again, it would be useful or it'd be helpful for us if you could send info related or input related to today's meetings by close of business Monday, December 1st. So with that, we're going to take a long midday break. We're going to ask folks to return by 1:30 if you want to participate in this afternoon's session on clean trucks, buses, off-road equipment, incentive projects, as well as emerging opportunities. Otherwise, thank you all and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session, or welcome back if you were with us this morning. My name is Peter Christensen. I'm the Chief of the Innovative Strategies Branch here at the Air Resources Board. and welcome to the afternoon Drive Forward Incentives Public Workshop. As we mentioned this morning, before we get started, a few safety announcements just to make sure in case of an emergency. Please note that the emergency exit to the rear of the room through the foyer, right there, in the event of a fire alarm or a building evacuation, we are required to evacuate this room immediately. Exit through those doors, go down the stairs to the lobby and out of the building. We'll be heading over to Cesar Chavez Park, which is directly across the street. When the all clear signal is given, we will return to this room. So for folks that are online, please stand by until we resume the meeting in the event of an emergency. Restrooms, by the way, are located out those doors and to the left. So before we get started, just reiterate a few of the agreements from this morning for those of you that were not here with us this morning. These are intended to help us reduce any challenges or other issues during the meeting. First of all, as with any activities, be respectful, be kind, and create a comfortable space for everyone. Allow others to share their thoughts and experiences. Take space or make space. If you have a lot to say, that's great. We are looking for your input today, so we're expecting and hoping that you'll share lots of thoughts and ideas with us. But please be mindful and leave room for others to take part as well. Not everybody is as comfortable speaking, so we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to share their thoughts and ideas. Listen to understand, listen without judgment or jumping to conclusions, and finally, consider equity. People from all over California are here with us today, either in person or online, and they're here to work with us and make our incentive programs better. These diverse perspectives help us overcome barriers, and they have helped us over the years in developing unique solutions that are fair for everyone. So we want to make sure that we continue with those thoughts in mind. So let's continue and get started. So we're going to be talking, this morning we focused mostly on the light duty incentives, and this afternoon we're going to be focusing on heavy duty. The title of the slide here is Clean Trucks, Buses, and Off-Road Equipment Incentive Projects and Emerging Opportunities. This basically covers the spectrum of heavy duty investments that have historically been allocated to the Air Resources Board. So we're going to be talking about all of those things today. If you heard our Deputy Executive Officer, Chris Grundler, he opened up the meeting this morning. And one of the observations that he made is what an important time this is in California with respect to air quality and achieving air quality and climate objectives. This really is a critical time in our history. If you think back, incentives in California started, those of you that joined us for the 25th anniversary of the Carl Moyer program a couple years ago, it was really the vision of Dr. Carl Moyer that started the concept of how incentives can help us to improve air quality. That was over 25 years ago, and today, incentives remain a key part of our overall strategy in improving air quality and addressing climate change. We've come a long way since Carl Moyer started the concept of incentive programs here. Back in those days, there were no advanced technologies, not in the way that we think about them today. There were no electric trucks. There were no hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. We've really come a long way in these last 25 years, especially in the last 10 years in terms of technology advancement. And what's critical about the moment in time right now is that we must continue that. How do we use incentives to continue the market momentum that we have so carefully built over these past several years and make sure that we're taking advantage of that momentum that we created with incentive programs and continue to move forward with regulations? Chris talked about some of the actions of the federal government that have essentially taken away some of the tools in our toolbox. But incentives remain, and they remain a really important strategy for us to keep market momentum. So a big part of our purpose today and why this is a different workshop than most of the other workshops that you've been to with us is that we want to get your thoughts on what kind of incentives we need to keep the market momentum going in California for heavy-duty technologies. So we've got some thoughts and ideas. We're going to share with you some of our concepts for what is most needed in the market, but we want to hear your ideas as well. That's actually what we're here for today. We're going to give you some numbers. We're going to give you some ideas of opportunities that we think are prime for investment in the year ahead, but we want to get your input on if we've got it right, if we don't have it right, if we need additional investments that we haven't been thinking about, or if you think we need more investments or fewer dollars invested in certain categories. So looking forward to your input on that today. What's our goal at the end of the day? In a couple hours when we're finished with this meeting, we want to walk away. What I'm hoping to get out of this meeting is really strong input from throughout California on where incentives are needed the most. We know that incentives are going to have to continue to be a big part of advancing technology in California, delivering clean air and health benefits throughout the entire state, especially in the communities that are most impacted by air pollution. But we want to make sure that we've got your ideas and your thoughts as we enter into planning for the year ahead. So with that in mind, I'm going to turn over the microphone to my right to Peter Angelinitis, and he's going to walk us through the staff presentation. As we did this morning, we'll have lots of opportunity for answering some questions and lots of opportunities for your input. So Peter, take it away.
Hello, I'm Peter Angelinitis with CARB. I work on medium and heavy duty incentive programs. I'll be summarizing program updates, explain their importance, and highlight the need for additional funding. Throughout, CARB staff will ask questions and invite your input on future program needs. And now, I'm going to focus on actions CARB has taken to improve the medium and heavy-duty incentive programs based on your feedback over the past year. For the Clean Truck and Bus Voucher Incentive Project, or HVIP, CARB has expanded eligibility for fleets of all sizes to accelerate zero-emission medium and heavy-duty vehicle deployment, reopened HVIP in September with funding from canceled vouchers, and also HVIP CARB staff is working to make additional settlement funds available by the end of this year. For the Sustainable Heavy-Duty Initiatives for Future Technology Program, also known as SHIFT, the SHIFT program has lowered match requirements for small businesses. For the Funding Agricultural Replacement Measures for Emission Reductions Program, also known as FARMER, this program now allows clean used equipment purchases for small farms. For Carl Moyer and Farmer, both programs has extended the timeline to scrap old equipment. For Carl Moyer, this program has increased zero-emission project funding and removed case-by-case reviews to streamline project implementation. I'll get into the specific programs shortly, but generally, our medium and heavy-duty incentive programs include investments for on-road trucks and buses and off-road equipment purchases, as well as funding for emerging technology demonstrations and pilots. Overall, these projects strive to maintain market momentum towards cleaner technologies, improve air quality, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. These programs strategically ensure support for small businesses and priority populations, and collaborate with other state and local agencies as well as industry and community partners. This slide, next slide. This slide gives a quick overview of CARB's medium and heavy-duty incentive programs. Like our light-duty and clean mobility incentive projects, CARB's medium and heavy-duty incentive projects aim to deploy cleaner technologies while supporting air quality and climate goals. All the medium and heavy-duty incentive projects play complementary roles in the medium and heavy-duty incentive portfolio. CARB's medium and heavy-duty incentive portfolio includes different types of funding appropriations. Continual appropriations, like the Carl Moyer program, one-time settlement funded programs, like the Volkswagen NOx Mitigation Trust, annually appropriated programs, the focus of today's session, which may receive funding from each year's state budget, include programs such as SHIFT, HVIP, CORE, and FARMER. Each of these programs plays a different role in our portfolio. Shift funds demonstration and pilot projects that advance zero-emission tech and early markets. HVIP and CORE provide voucher incentives that lower the cost of commercially available zero-emission trucks and off-road equipment. Farmer is a scrap and replace program helping the agricultural sector to deploy cleaner equipment and aid air districts in meeting federal ambient air quality standards. So while all of these programs provide support for small businesses, there's a couple programs that I'd like to highlight. So the Innovative Small E-Fleets Pilot Project and the Zero Emission Truck Loan Pilot Projects are specifically designed to support small fleets and businesses. With that, we're going to launch a Mentimeter question, and I'll pass that on over to Robert.
Thank you, Peter. Next slide, please. Okay, today we're going to use a tool called Mentimeter. We'll ask you some interactive questions and get your responses and thoughts in real time. Your responses will be anonymous, meaning that no one will know who answered in what way or who wrote that. There are 3 ways you can participate. You can go into your browser and go to menti.com and enter the code on the screen, 938-76165, as you see on the slide here. Or you can use the participant link dropped in the chat, or you can scan the QR code with your smartphone. Okay, so now we're just going to do a warm-up exercise. Next slide, please. So, how familiar are you with current programs that support zero emission, how familiar are you with current programs that support clean trucks, buses, and off-road equipment? Very familiar. I have applied to or supported one or more of CARB's programs in the past. Somewhat familiar. I am aware, but don't have direct experience with the programs. Heard of them, but not sure of the details. Or not familiar at all. Please enter your responses now. Okay, looks like we got just about over a third right now. Let's see. So very familiar, got probably double of the next one, and then somewhat familiar. Okay. All right, I think we can move on.
Thanks, Robert. This slide shows some of our progress to date. To date, these annually appropriated medium and heavy-duty programs are collectively responsible for over 70,000 vehicle and equipment deployments. The annually appropriated medium and heavy-duty projects are Shift, CORE, and HVIP, and Farmer. These vehicle and equipment deployments have provided nearly 2.5 million metric tons of greenhouse gas emission reductions, 55,000 tons of nitrogen oxide emission reductions, 4,700 tons of reactive organic gas reductions, and 2,000 tons of fine particulate matter, or PM2.5 reductions, respectively. Collectively, these results show that investments in CARB's incentive program are helping California make significant progress in advancing technology, cleaning the air, and addressing climate change. But there's much more we need to do. As a reminder, the main medium and heavy-duty programs we're discussing today rely on annual appropriations with no guaranteed funding. CARB administers 4 key projects and programs needing additional support to sustain momentum and deploying cleaner technologies in the medium and heavy-duty sector. For the upcoming budget cycle, we're projecting a need of $950 million annually over the next 5 years, allocated as follows. $450 million for HFIP. Demand for this program remains high. Funds were exhausted within a week of reopening in September. Continued investment will sustain progress in the zero-emission truck and bus deployment statewide. $200 million for Farmer. This program provides direct emission reductions benefits in rural ag communities by replacing the dirtiest ag equipment and helping air districts meet federal ambient air quality standards. Despite over $700 million in demand for projects, only $2 million was allocated over the past 2 years. $200 million for CORE. The CORE program accelerates adoption of zero-emission off-road equipment, which typically have long lifespans and fewer emission controls. CORE was also subscribed within 5 days of reopening in August of this year. $100 million for SHIFT. The SHIFT program advances commercialization of next-gen technologies. The program was oversubscribed by $260 million in its last solicitation. This program was last funded in the fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23. $100 million annually for SHIFT would help continue supporting the next generation of advanced technology vehicles and equipment, leading to commercialization and large-scale deployments. Aggregated deployments and emission benefits are shown in the table. With that, I'll pass it to Robert to tee up a handful of questions. We'd like to see some feedback from you all.
Thank you, Peter. Okay. So the first question, and there will be 8 questions, and we'll have almost 2 hours to discuss these questions. The first question that you'll be polled on is, to what extent do you agree with this statement? The projected annual funding needs are appropriate for each program in the first year. Strongly agree or strongly disagree. Please enter your responses now. We're slowing down a bit.
Robert, I'm tempted to ask you to hang on until we tie the score from the light duty session this morning, which I believe was 3.8. But given the fact that we are probably going to end up being short on time like the light duty session this morning, I think we'll probably stick with that. So light duty wins on getting the number right.
Okay. All right. So if you strongly disagree with this statement, and you are either in the room or online, and you would like to explain why that is the case, and you are in the room, you can tip over, stand up your name tag to indicate that you would like to speak. Or if you are not at the table, please stand up and somebody will mic. Okay, we have somebody online. Folks, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I do appreciate it. My name is Tom Folks. I'm here today representing Watt EV. Watt EV has 5 open heavy truck charging depots right now in California, several others in the pipeline. We plan to break ground in Q2 in Sacramento. There will be an opening next quarter, or Q2 in Oakland, Fresno. The point is, there's quite a bit of experience here from Watt EV in heavy-duty truck charging infrastructure. Watt EV also runs its own fleet of Class 8 tractors and has a bit of experience there as well. Got over more than 5 million miles of zero-emission miles traveled right now. Set a record for energy use at the San Bernardino depot in August and September. The point is that in spite of the headwinds coming from the federal government in terms of policy, in spite of the limited, or I should say the diminution of the amount of money that has been going into incentivizing these things, Watt EV has found a way to do that. It has found a way to succeed, I should say, in spite of that. So let me just stipulate before I go any further that there's never enough money. And so I'm going to strongly disagree with the statement that the amount of money is okay. It's never enough. And Pete Christensen and staff know that this has been our policy position for a number of years. So with that, I would like everybody to recognize that this funding problem won't last forever, and neither will the resistance to California's climate policies coming from the federal government. So just thinking over the horizon is always wise to sort of prepare for good times and bad. Right now, we're in the middle of bad times, and it seems like it's going to be forever. It's not. So I'll be quick with these comments. We would like to encourage you to recognize and reward technology and market penetration progress and focus on things that have proven to work. And so, like I said, Watt EV has found a way to benefit and profit in spite of these headwinds. So obviously HVIP is working, and HVIP never has enough money, and just zero in on that and recognize success when you're looking at it. But secondly, we would like to encourage everybody in CARB to keep policy innovation as a priority as well. The categories of funding and the programs that you've got are great. They're fine. But we would encourage you to not resist innovative ideas that could come along and help even further. And we have talked to the incentive staff for the past year about developing a program that would incentivize zero emission miles as opposed to vehicles. And so the concept would be $1 per mile, capped, the amount capped per taker at the same level as HVIP. We understand that there's a limit on money, but policy innovations like this really ought to be part of the portfolio moving forward in terms of just policy development. And then lastly, we would really encourage you guys to target high impact corridors, just to focus investments on critical freight corridors, such as port to warehouse routes, where emissions reductions and visibility of results would be greatest. So that's my response to the question that there's enough money. There isn't, there never is. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
I just had a couple of, I guess, one thought and then maybe a follow-up question on that. So in terms of there's never enough money. I mean, I think we can kind of agree on that. But I think one thing I want to just remind folks about that might not have been with us for that long in HVIP's history. HVIP started as a program that, and still is intended to be, continuously funded. We have, in the past several years, had so many years where funding has been constrained that we go through these cycles. Funding's available for a little while, sometimes for a day, sometimes for a couple hours. But it's the way that it was designed to be continuously available so that when a fleet needs to make a purchase decision or wants to make a purchase decision, that the state has the funding there to back up that purchase, to incentivize them to move to a cleaner technology rather than an existing technology. So ideally, programs like HVIP have enough funding to continuously provide funding throughout the year. And Tom, I want the follow-up question that I have for you is, and other folks that are going to be making similar comments can anticipate that I'll be asking this question throughout the afternoon. What kind of funding would we need, in your opinion, to implement something like a zero emission mile incentive program? And then the second part of that question is that in addition to existing HVIP incentives, or is that an alternative to the existing model of HVIP, which is to discount the purchase price of the vehicle?
Jumping in really fast for a technical issue. For those of you that are watching the Zoom, if you are not seeing the results screen right now, you do have the ability to toggle the screens that you're looking at. In order to see the results of the screen, you're going to want to look for Catherine Canepa. And actually, now we've got the question. Oh, and now we've got that back up in the room. So if you just double click any of the screens that are showing up within all of the kind of participants that show up to the side, then you should be able to get to the main screen. If you're still having trouble, feel free to just shoot us a quick note via email, and we'll work with you one-on-one. Thanks.
Okay. Apologies, I forgot to read the instructions for online folks regarding raising your hands. Let me do that now before I start calling on people in the room. If you are joining via Zoom on your desktop, please select Raise Hand under the Participants tab. If you are on a mobile platform, please tap Raise Hand in the More tab. If you're joining by phone, press #2 to raise your hand. Once your line is open, please state your name and affiliation if you have one before speaking. And if you would like to send us an email with a comment or questions, please do so. You can do so at cleantransportationincentives@arb.ca.gov. So thank you. I'm going to follow up with Tom right now since he's got his hand back up, and I'm assuming he wants to respond to Peter. Please go ahead, Tom.
I'm hoping you can hear me. Thank you very much again, Pete, for that question. As we have discussed in the past, our thinking is that running a demo or a pilot of a dollar per zero emission mile program would be wise because you could see how it works, see what policy kinks need to be worked out, see what the uptake looks like. If it was successful, let me back up by saying that there's no intention here to replace HVIP in the short term with this. To me, we need to see if other incentive structures work and whether or not they prove to be effective. But eventually, it seems to us that you would want to replace HVIP because you want to reward the buyers of zero emission vehicles by incentivizing their zero emission miles traveled. So I think they could work in parallel temporarily. At the beginning of a dollar per mile program, you ought to at least do a pilot, fund it with $10 million and see how it works. But eventually, it seems to us that you would want to phase out HVIP and replace it with something like this simply because it's a different structure that a lot more people, I should say drivers and small fleet operators would probably want to take advantage of. Anyway, Pete, we could talk offline like we have in the past. I'm happy to do that. So thank you again for asking the question.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, we're going to go to 3 folks in the room first. Guillermo, I believe you had your hand up first. Go ahead.
Yes, hello, everyone. I'm Guillermo Ortiz with the Natural Resources Defense Council. My response obviously was on the strongly disagree category, not because I don't think there's a considerable amount of resources going into these programs, but just that the need is so great. These vehicles, especially the heavy duty sector here in California, operating in frontline and fence line communities around the ports of California, other freight centers that have been identified in the freight corridor process by SB 671 and the California Transportation Commission, just all indicate that there is such a need to shift this market and to protect public health, to secure economic benefits, as well as reach our climate goals as well. So I think from that perspective, what I'm looking for is both a prioritization in the sense of that we understand that we need to stretch public dollars as much as we can right now, but to also focus into the areas that are put at most harm as a result of this activity. So I am thinking of these communities that are living in either adjacent to or in freight traffic areas, and making sure that these program dollars that we're putting in, if we can scale them higher, but also if we can't, that we're prioritizing them in the places that need them most. So I'm thinking of, either plus ups or opportunities to increase incentive funding in these freight areas where we are seeing diesel trucks cause significant loss of life over the years in California. In some places near the ports of LA, Long Beach, your standard of living or the amount of years that you are expected to live can be reduced by as much as 7 years due to the amount of air pollution in these areas. So for that matter, I think we need to continue to invest in these technologies. And I know these are it's difficult at a time when state budgets are so stretched thin, but I do think we need to be more ambitious in this arena because there are severe consequences to the status quo in these communities.
Quick follow-up, if you don't mind, if you have some thoughts. We've talked so far today a lot about HVIP. We've also, in the presentation, we talked about incentives that are needed in the off-road space and core. We talked about agricultural incentives and farmer, and we talked a little bit about the emerging opportunities or SHIFT, which is the demonstration projects. Those are that's funding for pre-commercial technologies for the next generation of clean equipment. Do you have any thoughts on, given that spectrum of different opportunities for investments, anything look to you as, particularly strong interest in the year ahead, or do you think it's really across the board that we need strong incentives everywhere?
In particular, I'm thinking of HVIP in particular in that regard, specifically for the class 7 and 8 space. It would be I would like to see if Guillermo has the ability to wave a magic wand, to see a sort of hypercharged HVIP only exclusive to areas, freight impacted areas in California. So for example, I would like to see an opportunity where your class 7 and 8 trucks that are operating within the ports of California, for example, have eligibility for a greater incentive than other parts of the state, mainly because of the impact that they're having on the communities themselves in those areas, mainly to drive a further transition within a segment of vehicles that are particularly difficult to electrify but to have a substantial impact on public health. Now, I think that means, in particular, looking at in order to do that and have that level of prioritization, I think you also need to plus up dollars within the HVIP program to have that, given the need and demand that we see every time HVIP is open. I think that's why I think a prioritization it can be so significant, because these are also the areas that threaten our ability to meet the state SIP and meet national ambient air quality standards. And so we have to be very serious about how we are eliminating pollution from these areas or cede further power to the federal government, who has shown a level of vindictiveness to California and its zero emission leadership, as well as clean energy in that regard. So because of that, I think we have to be serious about eliminating in these hotspot areas that we know exist and have been persistent for quite a few years.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. It's probably worth noting that, we have a very strong partnership with the ports, especially the Southern California ports, who have provided some of their own funding to help plus up the incentives that are available through HVIP to make sure that we're addressing those needs for, especially for those communities that are so impacted around the port areas. The other thing I'll mention is that, in some of the previous appropriations that have come our way for HVIP, the legislature in the past has actually allocated specific funding for drayage trucks set aside. They've also done that for transit buses and for school buses. And then my last plug is just that if there are fleets out there listening to the conversation today and they're interested in incentive funding for HVIP, we still have funding available for drayage trucks. That's not true in many areas right now, but we do have funding available for drayage trucks. So let's keep that market going and really encourage folks to look at that funding source and get those applications in if they're interested. But appreciate your comments today.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to go to Mariella, then the gentleman in the corner, and then we're going to go back online. Please go ahead.
Hi, Mariela Racho from the American Lung Association. Yeah, same. I agree with the comments made by Guillermo on the need is so high. So do I agree, particularly fundings? I think there's more need. I did want to also comment that I know there's budget constraints currently when it comes to what is the funds that are available, and as with the American Lung Association, we have our state of the air report, which comes out every year. We know that over 80% of Californians breathe unhealthy air. Heavy duty trucks are around 5% of the vehicle population in our state. They emit so much pollution air, which makes it difficult to reduce emissions, meet our clean air standards. So when it comes to the technology that we are incentivizing and the need, I think with focusing on communities in need, focusing on zero emission vehicles, and in terms of technology, and then I believe there's other pathways for other types of technologies that are not incentive focused. But when it comes to incentive funding, really focusing on zero emission technologies, medium and heavy duty trucks, and also the communities, like Guillermo highlighted, the port area is an area that receives diesel particle pollution. They're at higher risk of lung cancer and other types of cancers. There's also communities living near warehouses that are disproportionately impacted by heavy duty truck pollution. So I think focusing on the communities that are the areas that are at high impact due to these higher emission trucks would be important. I did have a question. I did see that there is some emission tracking when it comes to these incentive fundings, and I did want to ask, like, is there a way to see, like, what are the monetary health benefits or the lives saved from these incentive fundings that have been made so far?
Yeah, that's a great question, because at the end of the day, the purpose of our incentive programs and all of our efforts is to improve public health. We're addressing climate change, we're reducing criteria pollutant emissions, all geared toward making us healthier in California. I'm trying to remember if I don't think we have anything in the funding plan that does a health analysis, right?
I believe so. We did years ago.
Yeah, so there are not in this program. So we have a number of efforts across ARB that do look at health impacts and conduct health impact analysis. We don't have that information specifically for these incentive programs, but it's a great question. And it's something that we can look into.
Yeah, I think that would be good to know, especially as we saw the rollbacks from the ACT, since we are not able to look at and capture those health benefits that were analyzed during the rulemaking process. It would be to look at it as from the incentive perspective would be helpful.
Yeah, and to your point, there's a cost that often is overlooked, the cost of the health impacts from air pollution. So appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Mariella. Sir?
Hi, folks. My name is Chris Brown, and I'm the head of government affairs for Harbinger Motors. I'm not sure how many other OEMs are in this room. I might provide somewhat of a controversial take here, which is typical of me. This doesn't need to be a zero-sum game, but more than that, we also have to remember, especially in light of the two last comments, disenfranchised communities, communities who are impacted heavily by Class 7 and Class 8 trucks, and also medium-duty trucks in our class as well. They need to be addressed. These technologies need to be moved forward. They need to be made accessible so that way they're utilized in these communities. But one of the things that we have a problem doing is that we are talking about reducing the cost of the truck to a fleet manager, and we utilize it in terms of total cost of ownership, which is at best an academic exercise. We need to make sure these trucks are at the same price as the diesel equivalent when they open their paychecks and they justify the purchase of that truck. That means that we need to have a conversation not just about reducing the price of cost for a truck through HVIP funds, but programs like SHIFT, having more conversations with the CEC. Maybe Epic 5 has more R&D associated with battery technologies to reduce the cost of the truck at the beginning of the game. So that way it makes a lot more sense all the way through for fleet managers who are, if we're being honest, going to be center, sometimes center right. They're not interested in having conversations about what the climate looks like 5, 10, 20, 50 years from now. They're making sure that their business is working today, that they are going to be able to ensure that their customers and that their bosses, that their investors are going to be happy right now. We know it's important. We know that we want to preserve our climate. We want to make sure that our communities are safe. But we also have to do it in a way where we are ensuring that we are, we're using ibuprofen to cure the symptoms, but ultimately at the end of the day, we're curing the disease. And so it's important that we equivocate both of these things to the ultimate curing of our communities and remembering that the air does not care about borders. We need to think about climate change in general. And so technologies like our own, we build our battery packs, we source our cells from Panasonic, but we make things pretty cheap for us. We're vertically integrated. If we were to improve the cost of our own batteries, right now we're darn near close to a diesel equivalent. Give us 2 years of R&D, we'll be cheaper. And I would love that for our competitors as well, because we can't drive an economy on our own. I would love to make sure that we've got core associated with an HVIP, where we've got our infrastructure partners and the OEMs who are working together to deliver for an entire community. It's not about one of us, it's about all of us. It is a clean energy economy, an entire ecosystem against dinosaur wine. And we got less money. We know that, but that's okay. But we need to work together. And so I think that when it comes to nuances of like, is there enough money? There's never going to be enough money. But what we really need to do is be working closer together. We need to have larger, more conversations associated about how we work together to ensure that this entire ecosystem, and let's not forget the workforce. We need to make sure that we are upskilling our technologists. We've got to make sure that we've got production folks. We've got infrastructure that needs to be built, maintained over time. And so we, I think, need to have more conversations about how to put these funds in a way where we are doing the good today, but we are also making sure that over the lifetime of these vehicles, the lifetime of the infrastructure, and the lifetime of our children, that we've all got jobs and technology that makes our planet a safer, more sustainable place to be. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to go back online. I know there's a few people in the room still. Lynette Sapienza, please go ahead.
Hi, yes, Lynette Sapienza with Dome Partnership. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I said strongly disagree as well for the same reason that everybody else who's spoken has, not that we don't truly appreciate the funds that are there, because we do, they're incredible, but there's always room for more. And I think I may be looking at it from a different perspective than that have spoken already, and looking at the small and medium-sized fleet owners that make up 98+% of the fleets on the road in California, and who operate, they're operating in a fairly tight radius in general, sometimes in disadvantaged communities, sometimes in non-attainment areas, and they stay there. They don't pass through. And when we look at HVIB in particular, HVIB and ISEF, I think those programs, when we talk about more funding, there's two things I really look at there, especially with seeing, OEMs like General Motors pull out of the Bright Drop, leaving even fewer trusted, what, small fleets looked at as trusted vehicles available for them in those lower classes. So I think they need more incentives in those class 2, especially that 2B arena, to give them confidence in entering into this space. I know we talk a lot about total cost of ownership, but for a small business, that's a huge risk. And they need more than what is, going to come back to them in multiple years. They need something to enter in, a real big incentive to enter in. And once they're in, then they're much more comfortable. But it's kind of maybe scary is not the right word, but time when you're seeing large OEMs pull out of spaces that they've been in. So I think more funding around some of those smaller vehicles, and getting in the pickup trucks, actually allowing those to be part of this. Because what we want is long term, they want to convert. I mean, I have clients that I just had one today say, they converted some into the class 3, actually was Bright Drops, and now those are going to be gone. But because of that transition of the few, they are now wanting to convert almost 20 more of their entire fleet. So I think it's really, really important that we look at better funding, even if it's a limited amount per customer, but getting more funding up front and allowing the pickup trucks in that space too for these small and medium-sized fleets. And that's where we're at. And I know you talked about cost or dollars per mile. You asked that earlier. I don't know that I would switch that out to that only. Again, these small business owners, they need those upfront incentives. So if that's something as a plus and plus versus a one or the other, different take there.
Lynette, thanks for bringing up the total cost of ownership. I'm glad. I was just thinking about that when Chris was making his comments. Total cost of ownership. We've structured the HVIP incentive amounts to reflect as best we can a 3-year break even with the cost of diesel. So in 3 years, the cost that you break even in terms of cost. But I think we also recognize that doesn't really help a lot of the small fleets, that the total cost of ownership is almost irrelevant, because it's just a question of, can I afford to buy the truck right now? And if I can't, then total cost of ownership doesn't really matter. So that's why we have higher incentive amounts for small fleets in HVIP. Curious, as we go throughout the afternoon, if other folks have thoughts about the TCO model, or the unique needs of small fleets. Anne-Marie is here, and we have our innovative small e-fleet pilot project, and we have a number of other programs that are specifically geared towards small fleets. But I think, generally speaking, we recognize that it's a different purchase decision when small fleets are looking at making a purchase versus large fleets.
I agree with you on that. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette. Okay, next in the queue, we have Adam Browning. Adam, please go ahead. Adam?
Yes, hi. Sorry, it took a while to unmute.
No worries.
I will be succinct and brief. I really just wanted to offer support for this general overall approach of utilizing carrots rather than sticks in this transition. It's got a long history of success when we look at how you take beneficial technologies that cost more and how you commercialize them. We've seen this with solar. There's again plenty of case studies and successful deployment here. I would just say that we are now in a situation where every time we everything that we have to offer a customer has to not just be equal to diesel, but substantially beat diesel to get people to engage in operating with these new technologies and really, put their business behind it. I think we can do it, but I would just urge, don't be stingy. Let's lean in on helping to really drive this transition as much as possible. In terms of is the funding amount all right? I mean, I think for the Class 8 trucks as a state, as long as this program would be stackable with other programs that aren't necessarily under the auspices of CARB, 500 mil a year, 400 million a year is a good start. But to endorse what some of the other folks have said, we can always use more when we're looking at the speed and scale. So this is, I'll sign off now, but I did want to just endorse this overall approach and appreciate your effort on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, we're going to go back to a couple of folks in the room now. Michael, and then we have somebody back here after him. Go ahead, Michael.
Michael Neward with Green Lane Infrastructure. I think when you're looking at any incentive programs, historically, the issue has always been getting the money out the door as quickly as possible, which makes the HVIP program so great. But when you look at reliability and dependability, one of the things that always comes up is the infrastructure for those vehicles. So in addition to getting the vehicles themselves, they have to look at the infrastructure for that, which is an added cost to them that the fleet owners usually don't have to consider sometimes. And with the 1-to-1 ratio of getting a vehicle and using infrastructure specifically for that vehicle, you're having an asset that's somewhat dormant during operational hours. So similar to programs like the Charge as a Mile program, or just similar to what the light duty fleet vehicles have as a charge card for when the heavy duty vehicles are operating, and letting them use that to charge the vehicles. And that, can work in some areas like Southern California, maybe, where if you were to look at a map of the infrastructure that was going in, there's going to be a lot of heavy duty vehicle infrastructure connection points there. So having an added benefit to the person purchasing the vehicle or the fleet's purchasing that electric vehicle through HVIP and allowing them 1 to 2 years of charging at these charging locations could help them and help promote the electric vehicle infrastructure.
So yeah, for infrastructure. Hi. So for infrastructure, that's something that is not necessarily within HVIP, but we work with our Energize team and CEC to have other funding lanes available for that infrastructure to get set up. But are you saying that within HVIP, your suggestion is to have some sort of structure where charging is provided?
It's like the charges. We just talked about charging or getting $1 per mile of driving. What's the difference between that and having a charge card that you can use, that the person purchasing the vehicle can use to go take to
existing infrastructure locations that are already out there. So they don't have to think about installing their own infrastructure, which is on top of going through the process of applying for HVIP funding. So HVIP funding is one component of the entire project. So having a charge card where they can go to electric vehicle charging locations, you're not using it to install the infrastructure itself. You're just using it to pay for it like they do with some of your light duty incentive.
Yeah, I think that's an avenue that currently is not eligible in HVIP because we just fund the vehicles. But I mean, that's something that we're going to take back and consider that option. And I forgot who else was that. Lottie V who mentioned that. So.
And that's the other thing when we talk about these programs, we're not looking at the eligible and ineligible costs that are associated with it. So when we look at them, it might be best to look at the entire process of what the funding is and where, giving the people choices as far as how they can use that funding within the parameters and restrictions that you have, right? There's a lot of funding out there for infrastructure and other avenues, but just where we can fill in the gaps that are somewhat being lost.
Thank you, Michael.
Hey, Ryan, can I just have you hang up for 1 second? Can we check the microphone? It might not be on.
Okay. Do I need to start over or? Okay.
That was brilliant, but do it all over.
That might be the best I had. So thanks, Peter. Can you hear me okay? Is that okay? Okay, excellent. So we're talking about total cost of ownership of heavy-duty ZEVs to diesel trucks. And 2 years has been provided. Peter, you mentioned possibly 3 years. I think a lot of folks would say it's even longer. And those of us in the low-NOx truck industries have been advocating for an "and" strategy since before the Advanced Clean Fleets and Advanced Clean Truck regulations were promulgated during the rulemaking process. And that goes back before COVID. And if those projections in years are accurate, and we believe it may be even longer than that, that's up to a decade of lack of emission reductions for NOx in federal attainment areas, disadvantaged communities. And obviously, HVIP has finite funding, but we would like to make sure that low NOx trucks are included as well, because we need to get those attainment requirements met now, immediately. And we're talking 2 or 3 years, but low NOx trucks can be deployed now. The infrastructure is set up, the fuel's ready to go, the engines are ready to be adopted. So we think that HVIP should actually include heavy-duty low NOx trucks that meet at least a 50 milligram or cleaner standard. I also want to take issue, there's slide 46 that was presented talking about the success of medium and heavy-duty zero-emission truck adoption. But according to CARB's data, most of that entirely is Class 2B and 3. Heavy-duty ZEVs in the Class 7 and 8 are few and far between. I think it was about 400 or so in the last year that have been adopted out of the tens of thousands that need to be adopted. So we have federal attainment deadlines that we need to meet. You go back to the ACF and ACT regulations, and CARB had proposed meeting federal attainment not until 2037. 2023 and 2031 wasn't really part of the conversation. It was really a federal attainment deadline in 2037. So we have immediate emission reduction needs, and we have the solution ready to go. And we're obviously concerned as end users and fuel providers, fleet providers, that there just is not enough money to go around, much less for zero emission only. We do encourage both low NOx trucks with near zero, as well as zero emission trucks with an HVIP funding over the next couple of years, especially. So thank you.
A couple of, oh, not yet. Hold on to the microphone. So a couple of follow-up questions. The first one is a bit of a softball. So in your view, is it possible for us, would it be possible for us to invest in something like a cleaner combustion technology without losing momentum on meeting the demand for zero emission technologies, given how strong we've seen that demand, especially over the opening a couple months ago?
Yes, we think that there should be an and strategy. So obviously the mix of dollars for heavy duty zero emission trucks and low NOx trucks would have to be discussed, but there needs to be immediate reductions. And to your point about the success of zero emission trucks, again, it's mostly 2B and 3. The class 7 and 8 needs to be addressed, and it's just not being addressed. And again, HVIP funding, a lot of that, of course, has been reserved, but not actually been handed out. So that's an issue as well.
Yeah, maybe some factual clarifications that you and I could have offline on that. But let's have a discussion right now, not later. What is the funding need for your proposal?
Well, that's a great question. I appreciate you asking that. I think the industry would be comfortable with at least $20 million out of HVIP to go towards low NOx trucks operated on renewable fuel. Low NOx trucks mean at least a 50 milligram or cleaner standard, operated on a renewable fuel to maybe a CI to be determined. But at least $20 million, preferably more, because those trucks are ready to go right now. We can get a lot more trucks on the road and emission reductions immediately.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Appreciate it.
And I think a lot of your comments align quite well with an email that we received in the email from Todd Campbell. So
okay,
I want
great.
to acknowledge that email and thank you for your comments as
Thanks,
well.
Peter. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to go back online. There's one person in the queue, and then we're going to come back. I know we've got a handful of people in the room. Seamus Nolan. Seamus, please go ahead.
Hey, everyone. Thanks. Seamus Nolan, Director of Commercial and Government Affairs at Switch Maritime. So we were a beneficiary of the Advanced Technologies Deployment Program. So before SHIFT, I don't know that I have that name right, but before the SHIFT program. But I wanted to speak a little bit about the importance of the SHIFT program. We spent a lot of time on HVIP and programs that receive annual funding, but these less frequently funded programs are incredibly important for the sake of catalyzing development of new technologies that can bring about real step changes in what we see on the road and on the waterways in terms of zero emissions. So we used our pre-SHIFT grant to develop a zero emission hydrogen fuel cell electric ferry that's in operation in San Francisco. Huge thanks to Carb and Peter and everyone there who's helped to make it that possible for us through development, through operation. But I think these SHIFT grants are a really important piece of the funding puzzle right now for technology developers for a couple of reasons. First, they enable and a crowding in of private funding for these R&D projects. This is something that's more important now than ever as climate tech, clean tech, venture capital environment has gotten a little more difficult over the last year, 18 months or so. So it serves as not only those first few dollars in the door that are non-dilutive to the company that's doing the project, but they also serve as a form of legitimacy to the work that's being done that can bring other parties to the table. Building off of that, they're really helpful as we've seen it in facilitating partnerships with political champions, with members of the ecosystem, with potential customer groups that can help to prove out a use case for the technology that can then be scaled beyond that initial shift demonstration. And finally, the last piece is these early stage technology developers, Switch included, don't always have the funding to do this work themselves. They don't necessarily have the at-risk dollars to put up towards developing these technologies that can be cleaner, more efficient, less costly, that we as an ecosystem would not benefit from without programs like Shift. So to really summarize here, I think greater funding at all for programs like Shift would be really helpful for Switch, for other companies like us to be able to continue to develop these zero emission technologies.
I appreciate the chiming in on the importance of Shift and our investments in the next generation of cleaner technologies. Your vessel, the Sea Change, is, I think, inspirational to a lot of folks in what we can do in California. And I think back to some of the very first Shift projects before we came up with the Shift name, when we just called them Advanced Technology Demonstration and Pilot Projects, as simple as that is to roll off the tongue. But you know, one of our first, when I first joined this program, one of the first demonstration projects was the first ever zero emission school bus in California. It may have been the first one. I think it was the first one in the United States at Kings Canyon Unified School District in the Central Valley. Inspirational leader that made that project happen, John Clements. And I remember that project when there were no other zero emission heavy duty vehicles on the road. That was the first one. And it's not that long ago. That's maybe 10-ish years ago. And if you think about how many vehicles we have on the road now, and what has come from that, not just school buses, we have thousands of zero emission school buses on the road in California, thousands of zero emission trucks and buses, transit buses, et cetera, on the road in California. So those investments that we make in Shift, they're not always the largest dollar amount overall, but in terms of advancing technology and moving to the next market segments for cleaner technologies, it is really important. So I appreciate you bringing that up today, and keep doing what you're doing on San Francisco Bay and elsewhere in California.
So, Peter, I'm going to check in with you in the interest of time. We have a bunch of folks in the room, but I think that we need to move along. So I'm going to
You're telling me to keep my comments shorter. I get it. I got the message.
Pick up the pace. Now I was going to call on these two gentlemen over here, and then we'll move on. Okay. Jamie Hall, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Jamie Hall. I lead policy for EV Realty. We build, own, and operate medium and heavy-duty truck charging depots. I want to say I've been working on this for a long time. It's exciting to see how real truck electrification is getting, and we're at a really pivotal time in the market. The sticks are all gone, but the carrots really clearly work. And with the right incentives in place, there are fleets that are looking to go fully electric today, which I think people weren't quite sure how it was going to go when HVIP reopened this last time with a lot of these regulations gone. I think we proved that the demand is real if we have the right incentives in place. But yes, I think it sort of goes without saying that we need to work together to find more money, especially from our perspective for heavy duty HVIP. Electrifying those trucks will have tremendous benefits. I think Guillermo laid out all of the reasons for that really well, so I won't reiterate that. Fleets just can't make this pencil today without help to cover that upfront cost. Ultimately, if we take a step back and think about sort of our goals and where we want to be in a few years, we've got to see a focus on scale. That's how we maintain momentum at this sort of precarious time in the market and bring down costs. Simple, streamlined incentives like HVIP work. Let's figure out how to fully fund the program so that it is continually operational, like Peter says it should be. That is what we all want to see. Sadly, don't usually end up there, but this I think is the goal. From a let's get to scale perspective. I think letting big fleets back in is positive. And if we really want to scale, sort of the 20 truck cap is not great, as there are fleets who would happily buy more, who are sort of on the sidelines waiting for those trucks to arrive. So it is exciting from my perspective to see how much interest remains in going electric. I think we can and must do this in the near term with sort of a carrots only strategy. We've got to work together, as we always try to do, to find more money. So that's sort of my thinking on, is it enough? It's never enough. Let's figure out what we can do to get more.
Thank you, Jamie. I can't see your name, sir. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Laudermilk. I'm with Danner. We are a off-road all-terrain OEM. Makes almost 1 megawatt almost on wheels. And I just wanted to, I agree with a lot of the comments said here today. Chris, I really appreciate yours. I think you're spot on. I also think as we look at funding, it's important to realize that even if we all want more funding, but if you had a net neutral biasing, that funding forward is important. That's the reason I voted strongly disagree on that. And the reason is pretty simple. The more success you have up front, success breeds success. People will see it and will want to invest more. People who are laggards will see their neighbors doing it, the optics of it, and will want to move forward with it because they see it. We will also learn lessons sooner to be able to adjust them faster and impact that, year 5 faster. So I think there's a lot of value in biasing the funds forward as opposed to maybe equally over all the years. I do want to take a moment too, just because we've been spending so much time on coming on highway funding, to take maybe a chance for farmer and core in the off-road segment, because I do think it's important. We do, as I said, off-road, and we're in many industries, ag, military, governmental, construction. So I have a lot of tribal knowledge in that space. And it's incredibly more difficult because there's so many more personas when you're off-road. That one vehicle, like a farm vehicle or ag tractor, does 15, 20, 30 different unique tasks. And you really have to, as an OEM, design for all those, and it's very tough. But when we think about like farmer, for example, giving funds to just one to replace a tractor, for example, we really need to think broader about the ecosystem, or I don't think we're going to achieve the success you're looking for. So case in point, they usually have to charge that tractor back at the barn. But many times the field's 2 to 4 miles away that you need to drive, and there's no infrastructure. And in our case, we are doing harvesting and we are doing tillage with our tractor. And at the same time, we have laborers who show up, usually about 45 laborers per acre in this application. And they are showing up in fleet vans, 15-passenger fleet vans, right? And they're EVs. Now I have 8 to 10 passenger vans off-road, 4 miles down without a charge. Are they getting home that night? And there's no power. Now, sometimes we do have power that comes in on there's a power pole, but we can't access it due to regulatory, due to all the complications. And most technology doesn't use AC. We need to convert it over to DC, or a level 2 charger is not going to get a transit van back home that night, right? So some of these communities and ecosystems come together, and it's really important that if we really want to have success in off-road, whether it's construction or farms, we really got to think about the broader ecosystem, because they usually don't have the luxuries that maybe we have closer to on highway or in town, right? And I think those are things to be thinking about and treat them differently, because we really need that extra support up front in order to create that ecosystem, to create the charging, to have the ability to charge in the field 4 miles away instead of having to drive everybody back to the barn, where now we have one tractor and 8 vans that need to get charged all at the same time. We can't do that, right? So I just share that as an anecdotal story that I think we do need to bias that funding forward. Thank you.
So real quick, and I'll make this short, Robert. If we had unlimited funding, how many of your mobile power units could we deploy next year?
As many as you want.
Okay,
no,
the sky's the limit.
We are help me understand the answer behind the question. There's a lot of other MPUs that are out there, right? And so you have to size them accordingly, right? Some are trailered and those types of things. But we can make more, but the reality is some of the components that we're talking about, some of the technologies we're talking about, we are pushing so hard on that we're at the tip of the spear with the military, trying to get those, that sometimes the components can become the thing that limits production, if that makes sense. So,
But is it fair to say, for example, they could be in the hundreds?
yes, absolutely. Yep, easily.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
You lied, Peter. Okay, moving on. The next Mentimeter question. Are projected funding needs reflective of the market? Yes, no, unsure. Think back to what Peter had presented earlier in the slides. Okay, go ahead and enter your responses.
There is a fair amount of overlap. Maybe just take one or two questions, and if folks have already made the relatively close point, we'll just acknowledge that we've already heard a lot of that.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get some clarity. Okay. So at this time, if you want to share why you voted the way that you did. So I'm going to go back online first to Robert Teffeteller. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Please go ahead, Robert.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, fantastic. Robert Teffteller, Motive Power Systems, Motive Electric Trucks. Been in the game since 2009 in the medium duty space. And I want to thank Peter. I think that was our bus in Kings Canyon, if I recall correctly. The reason I voted no to this question, I may have misunderstood the question, but essentially, I think the funding needs reflective of the market maybe, and I'm thinking of it in terms of allocation of the funding that's available now. There's been a lot of discussion this session already regarding 2B and 3 and the spread of funds across the market, and looking at national data, for zero emission truck deployments in the United States, cumulative deployments have been 90% in class 2B and 3, with about 5% split evenly between classes 4 through 6 and classes 7 through 8. So I think for the incentives to have the impact, they need to help create the momentum in the market to achieve the scale that people want to see to get the vehicles with an ICE comparable price and a total cost of ownership that makes them inescapable solutions for entire fleet use in electrification. And I think from reviewing kind of where we are in the marketplace, CARB has done a fantastic job incentivizing electrification. I mean, with the deployment in 2B and 3 where we're at, I think you can ring the bell on those classes. Those vehicles are very close to ICE parity at this point without incentives and without the federal tax credit. And I think we can see from the last round of HVIP standard opening up class 7 and 8 are making a nice lift. There's a good momentum in that area. So, part of our thinking is that 4 through 6, which is an easily adopted overnight charge use on level 2 charging with easy availability of infrastructure at affordable costs. Most warehouse districts have room and enough power in their existing grid for adding inexpensive level 2 chargers for overnight charging. Essentially, I think where we're at is to meet the air quality goals, to allow class 4 through 6 vehicle manufacturers to see some momentum and achieve the scale that has been achieved with new entrants and existing OEMs in 2B and 3. And I think now with legacy OEMs and some new entrants into the class 7 and 8, perhaps it's time to think about structuring the incentive in tranches, perhaps removing 2B and 3, and then tranching the funds, the 450 million in HVIP, allocating funds to the classes 4 through 6 and 7 and 8, so that 4 through 6 can eventually achieve the momentum that 2B and 3 and 7 and 8 have, to allow for that momentum to support the continued development of a last mile use that is so integral to clean air in our communities. Those 4 through 6 vehicles go through all communities, not just freight corridors. And I think we're seeing some momentum with charging on the freight corridors and the larger trucks, but it's a more constrained use. And so at any rate, I just wanted to mention, that perhaps we could carve out more through 4 through 6 as a tranche within the HVIP funding to support that momentum and growth in that critical vehicle class that we see. And with that, I'll stop talking.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, we have some folks in the room who've been waiting for a while. Sir, I can't see your name. Go ahead, please.
Turn this on. Works. Right. So my name's Ray Leon with the LEAP Institute. I'm also the mayor of the city of Huron. It's a farm worker city in Fresno County on the west side. Who takes the 5 down and hits Harris Ranch every now and then? Anybody know about that place? 9 miles away from that. But I'm in the center of what's going to be over 100,000 acres of solar parks. What that means is that most of it's on land that's no good anymore, but a lot of it's going to go into tens of thousands of acres of prime and subprime farmland. I share that because what that means is that there's going to be 50 jobs disappearing per every 1,000 of those acres on the farm, 200 off the farm. So I'm listening here and I'm thinking, okay, so how is this going to create jobs for the displaced farm workers? One of the things that we're doing currently in Huron through the LEAP Institute, our subsidiary, I call it, LEAP Industries, is we worked with the California Energy Commission and we built a mobile renewable backup generator, basically with the intent to displace diesel generators. We call it an IntelliTrailer. Basically, it's a heavy-duty shade trailer with good amount of battery storage, solar panels, and a bunch of other mechanisms on it, including an air quality monitor because we want to track that, a weather station, what's that, Starlink, Wi-Fi. So a friend of mine calls it, hey, this could be a little mobile data, trailer or something. But anyways, the possibilities for innovative technologies to come into the space where there's a lot of farm workers, that are gonna be losing their livelihood, is ripe, right, for opportunities. And I want the Air Resources Board to be thinking about that, because infrastructure is not just pavement, poles, chargers, or parks. It's also people. And I always have to remind folks that there's people involved in these spaces that we need to make sure, not just to stop contaminating on them, but also to ensure that they are brought with the innovations, the technologies, and everything else that we're advancing. And in large part due to the work that we've done. I've been doing air quality policy for 23 years, been coming out here for a long time, fighting for this space to ultimately, occur. And here we are, right? Not me by myself, of course. But Let's put mind to that, because that is extremely important for me, not just as a Chicano Latino, environmental justice advocate and economic justice activist, leader, but also as a mayor of a farm worker city that is considered one of the 4 poorest cities of the state of California. Yet within 15-mile radius of my city, 80% of the garlic of California is harvested. $309 million per year. Yet we're the poorest city in the state of California, 1 of 4. In the county that back to back has had the highest ag revenue in the nation. So I want you guys to take that in, consider that. Okay, what does this future look like? Making sure we don't displace farm workers, but that we reskill them, like my brother mentioned earlier, right? And not just reskill them, but to ensure that the future generations from our schools, which are in the bottom of the barrel in terms of the quality of education, how do we make sure that we collaborate with these other agencies in the state to pick that up? We've been fighting for a high school for the past 30 years. For city in the middle of between Sacramento and LA without a high school and its own school district. So anyways, so the challenges, it's just not environmental, economic, opportunity. One of the things that we've done at the LEAP Institute, you see a patch on my left shoulder, is we started the Green Raiteros, the nation's first electric vehicle rideshare service. I'm employing 30 folks, all displaced farm workers. Well, 90% of them. So I'm trying to hustle and work it and do it in a way where I like saying, where we take care of like 5 problems with 1 solution. In this case, climate justice, environmental justice, economic justice, health justice, transportation justice. So let's try to knock down at least 3 problems with 1 of our efforts. Then we're talking about progress for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. I'm going to propose to go
I'm not
around.
mad. That's just how I.
Hey, I just, your
Energy.
comments are, your
We
comments,
need that at this
And I need
time
the
in the
coffee,
day.
man.
your comments
We
are
need more
so,
energy right now.
they're
Thank
so
you.
right on, so well taken, and I love the point about people are infrastructure. Thank you for coming and being here in person today and on the phone this morning as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I was jamming up here.
Okay, I'm going to propose, so that everybody who has been waiting patiently has a chance to speak, that we're going to continue clockwise here. So, sir, down at the very end, please go ahead.
Thank you, Matt Schrapp for Mobility. Appreciate Peter, Emery, the whole team, Young, for putting the workshop together here. And, I was one of the 2 that put other on this question in particular. And to go back to the first question, frankly, I feel that after having it seen many years of HVIP deployments, that $450 million is a significant amount of money. I don't think that we've seen that much money allocated to HVIP in the past. So while it's never going to be enough, I'd agree with everyone. It's a pretty darn good start. But I would say on the reason why I put other is that, it depends on what market we're talking about. Because, as we've heard from our friends in the environmental justice groups, that it's about exposure to highly sensitive communities. And when we think about the ports, while the ports of LA and Long Beach have their own money, Oakland doesn't have money outside of the MAP program that's tied to federal money. And so I think that while there's still 58 some odd million dollars left in drayage in particular, that focus on a drayage set aside should still be a priority for all the funding allocations moving forward. The reason why I say that is that right now, why I say other is that unfortunately in the Class 8 marketplace, these trucks are still clocking $500,000 from our traditional OEMs. And while we're waiting for some of these new OEMs to enter the marketplace, we have time. There's some level of some uncertainty out there around whether the trucks are going to be able to perform. We've seen a lot of data showing that they have been able to. But when folks look at the traditional OEMs and the price that's associated with them, it gives them pause. And I think to Adam's point earlier, that one critical thing is ensuring that these grants remain stackable with the other programs, including whether it's CFR or whether it's with the port money that comes out, that's critical. But drayage should have a level of priority in front of it. We've got the 2035 goal has been the governor's push for some time now. We have the Ports of LA and Long Beach with their 2035 goal as well. Ideally, in order to get a customer interested in the technology, it has to be, as Adam said, better than diesel. We're in a very tight freight market right now, and it's difficult for people to make procurement decisions right at this moment. While we saw a huge interest in HVIP in this last round, I think that is still, we're a year away from deployment, essentially. So there's some time to ideally see the freight market turn around a little bit from a rate standpoint. But a lot of these folks, they're hesitant to move into new technology, period, whether it's natural gas, whether it's internal combustion hydrogen, fuel cell hydrogen, battery electric in the Class 8 market, just because they've heard stories, the lunch truck chatter, whatever we want to call it, about performance, that they need to have an offset. And I think that public incentives are critical to drive this marketplace. And so I am encouraged by the amount that's out there. Again, with the caveat, it's never going to be enough. But I feel that these amounts are pretty solid. And Peter, you had mentioned your guys' as a TCO model where you're looking at that 3-year payback. It'd be great if we could, especially for us in the industry who have gone through the academic exercises of TCO, to see where ARB is landing so we can compare some notes and continue to refine those, because those questions about the payback, and to the point, when you're talking to a fleet operator, they're not necessarily immediately concerned about climate risk. They're worried about financial risk. And, you got to make green to be green, or, as the old saying goes. So ideally, we look at this program meeting the individual marketplace needs, prioritizing drayage in Class 8 because you're getting the most emissions reductions on a per mile basis. I do like Tom's idea about something along the lines of a pilot program looking at per miles, but our drayage operators don't run that many miles. Typically, you're looking at, while not all drayage is created equal, you're definitely seeing fleets that are only running 30, 40,000 miles a year, compared to some over-the-road folks who are longer haul, from San Diego to Redding, are, up in well over 100,000. So just thinking about that moving forward and identifying what the market is, what the priorities are, to consider drayage and keep that in the forefront, although there's money left, but to still continue that allocation as a separate set aside to allow folks who are ready, especially when these trucks are in the marketplace, proving themselves commercially, will ideally see a large uptick. So,
okay, bottom line it, Matt, what do we need for a drayage set aside? How much?
How much total each year? I mean, I would
year?
say half of it, frankly. And, on top of that, I feel like the amounts need to be higher. When we talk to fleet
Okay, I
operators,
was
it's really
gonna say
about
you have
cash flow.
10 seconds.
I'm done. Was that 10 seconds? That was 10
Seconds,
seconds.
yeah.
Okay.
I got
$20 million and $250,000 individual voucher.
Got it. Thank you.
Lisa?
Hi, Lisa, Tom's Truck Center. So I answered no. I don't think it's reflective of the market, given the current and recent opening of HVIP. I think there's a lot of opportunities to have continuous funding. There's challenges for equity right now that I think really need to be addressed. HVIP has been just so good at managing that topic of equity, making sure that those that have the least amount of resources would always be first at bat or have some type of set aside. And we've removed those set asides. We removed the milestones. And those are issues today going forward that if the market, we've got the Tesla truck that had 900 vouchers in that opening. In the entire 15 years of the program, not one OEM has ever had 900 trucks. The most we have today for one bus model type or one truck type is 300 and something. And that's 9 different OEMs in each, the bus category and the truck category. So we've got a long ways to go. 50% of the OEMs in the program have delivered 0 to 10, 50%. We have 136 models. 184 dealers. We've got to find some equity to make sure that we've got the scalable opportunity to provide a reliable, durable service, right? These operators that are testing this for the first time, if they don't have that good experience with reliability, durability, and operational cost savings, they won't come back to that technology. And we're investing so much, and we still have so many issues. So I think getting around to being on the boots on the ground, we've got to have butts in seats to make sure they get those good experiences being handheld. We have to hold all of ourselves responsible to how we're going to keep them reliably on the road. Tesla got this great shot at bat. They have the most affordable truck that's ever been released for a Class 8 truck, right? 50% less than what anybody else is selling it at. That shows that it is affordable when the price can be for one of the richest companies in the country, right? But we don't have that with the other 135 model types that are in the program today. So I think just digging into some of the data that we have and looking at what fleets really need, and if they don't have the affordability, the units in operation, whether it's performability, watt EV, EV reliability, they have to have those operators visiting their sites to have their long use case for their business models too. So we're all trying to figure this out, but it's hard. I also want to just add, we had that guardrail that before we removed it on the HFIP program, and I know that in your program presentation from August of 2023, when you introduced it, you also mentioned that you were adding an ad hoc review for implementation controls. If we have some type of control, you can have more continuous funding, and you can provide, I think, more of a reliability for all of these dedicated operators to participate in the program, stay in the program, and maybe have a good business case. But I think without that guardrail, we're just going to keep repeating closure after closure. And that's not the way the program is. It is supposed to be a continuous funding program. So I'd love to make sure that we're talking about whatever that implementation control will happen before the next round.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Dave Bioki. I'm with the Faro Truck and Energy. And I just wanted to kind of point at the fact that I think sometimes we get very one-dimensional in how we look at this funding apparatus. It's all about the cost of the truck. It's all about cash on the hood. But, absent a mandate, we have to make a case for a value proposition to these fleets where we can cover all of the hurdles. Because sometimes it's not just about the price of the truck. It's also about the price of insurance. It's also about the price of fuel. It's also about fuel availability. It's also about weight. This is the elephant in the room in Class 8 that nobody wants to tackle. The reason why we don't have adoption, the reason why there's still money left in the drayage section is because a lot of these guys just simply can't use the truck. It's too heavy. They don't know when they pull up to the port what that container is going to weigh, but they're pretty sure that the weight of the truck, whether it's battery electric or hydrogen electric, the weight of the truck is going to put them overweight. And so they're not. I mean, if you're going to make them, if you're going to mandate, then you could say, well, we got to figure out a way. But this is something I think that if somebody wanted to tackle it, you'd get instant adoption. But nobody wants to talk about that. The weight of that truck is a problem. If by some measure it doesn't cost another dime of investment here, but if somebody gave a waiver or did some rule changing, or we went to the legislature and said, if somebody's going to adopt EV technology, the current status of EV technology, with the biggest obstacle is it's too heavy. Can we have some sort of allowance that allows port operators to use these trucks in their current condition until things like shift actually make a difference in the weight of the battery? You know, we are one dimensional. It's truck, it's price, it's funding. But we have to be 3, 4, 5 dimensional here, because making a true argument for for this technology is going to demand that we cover all of those bases. And that's all I want to say.
Sir, you'd been waiting patiently. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I think some of the points were covered by others, so I just lowered it, but I can keep it brief. We were, we were trying to make a point, not necessarily, I actually voted yes, but I'm trying to make the counterpoint here, primarily because we were trying to make a point with Peter offline, but also wanted to get wider audience, which is, I think the split is fair in whatever the amount of money is available and whatever rationale went into making that split. But what we are trying to make is there are customers with requests that might not suffice in the current framing, meaning they might not have a pure electric vehicle in rural applications or in applications where they don't have charging infrastructure to run like a 100-mile vehicle. So that was what I was trying to say is where do we put like range extended hybrid vehicles or recreational vehicles, which do not fit in the current framework, but those are the customers or markets that have equal value in contributing to emission savings in general. So yeah, if some guidelines about where do we put those in HWIP or some bracket would really help.
Thank you. We're going to move to our next poll question now. And Peter, after I ask this question, there might be some context you want to provide. I don't know. Okay, so now we're going to ask you to enter a word or phrase in response to a question. And it's going to manifest in the form of a word cloud. Are there pre-commercial technologies that we need to focus on?
Okay, and as folks are thinking about their words, pre-commercial in this context, what we mean is, are those technologies that are not commercially available for sale. So in other words, you can't go to a dealership and buy it. You can't put an order in Amazon. It's something that still needs advancement to become something that's produced by a manufacturer and offered for sale. So that's what we're talking about.
The state had a electric school bus program all the way back in 1995 with 15 Bluebird electric school buses, and then I think they went out of service in about the year 2000. So Kings County, that was, a decade after that. So anyway, there's a longer history of electric school buses in Cal.
Appreciate you calling me out on that. I'll have to go back and do my homework.
Okay, so far, major themes we're seeing is V2G, solid state batteries, battery energy density, lots of stuff, but Rex. Okay, at this time, anybody who put V2GN want to speak to why they put that in there? Or anything else in particular? Anybody in the room? Yes.
I can speak to V2G. Greg Laudermilk again with Danner. I think this is actually one of the strongest opportunities we have to showcase all batteries versus battery products versus traditional diesel, whether it's on highway, semis, ag, any of the stuff we've been talking about. For back to TCO for an end fleet end customer, when you have your vehicle parked, whether again it's a farm tractor or a semi, you're not making money, right? But here we have a very unique instance where you can take your vehicle that's not doing its traditional job, park it next to the building, and you could be buying and selling energy back and forth, right? We have demand management from utilities. We have all these things that utilities want when there's peak loads and resiliency, and we have all these batteries sitting around, right? So while we're talking about upfront incentives to help with the acquisition cost today, this is something that once you have the vehicle over the life cycle, you can now have it act for resiliency for your own fleet or for your own building in case power goes out, but also be buying and selling energy back. And I think that is an opportunity that you cannot do with diesel and gas today. We don't take diesel and gas out of one fuel tank to the other. With electricity, we can move it around back and forth all day, every day. And I think that is a value add that we can sell versus diesel and electric or diesel and natural gas and gas that we're missing today. And advancing that technology faster and then building it into virtual power plants, I think will only accelerate the TCO of all these products that we're talking about today.
Thank you. Sir?
Trying to do a little bit of mic adjustment first. Hey, so my name is Joel Jung. I'm with Harbinger Motors, Inc. And I'd like to talk to the BEV range extender or REX or PHEV. And just a little history. I've been in this industry for over 30 years. I was here when we did the first few rounds of HVIP back when it did mean hybrid incentive. And, at that time, we were talking about a different hybrid. We were talking about parallel hybrids where we've got something like a Class 8 vehicle and we've got an electric motor working in parallel with a diesel motor. And, it was kind of an interesting time. We were trying to find out applications where there would be a good TCO, and trying to figure out what the paybacks would be. And they were kind of difficult. There were a lot of projects that were going on with Eaton and Allison developing these hybrids. And we came to find out that the typical payback period was like 10 to 15 years. But the customers who were buying these were not hanging on to these trucks for 10 to 15 years. So the business model didn't quite work. So now we're talking about another generation. We're talking about a series hybrid. And in this case, what we're talking is we've got a battery electric vehicle, and then we're charging that battery electric vehicle with electric power. There's a 1.4, a small displacement gas engine that charges these batteries using a motor genset that's putting out 600 to 800 volts, and it would charge your battery pack. And we're looking at some modeling and simulations and some initial field work that's showing a range of around 500 miles, up to 500 miles. So we think that's something that would fill some needs that are currently not met by BEVs, which we're typically seeing 150 to 200 miles. And there's several applications that people are just not using, like rural job sites and, towing or like heavy truck repair that could be done and requires, some large machinery to be driven off, like an EPTO or some kind of application like that. And this is, technology that, we see available very soon. We're working with CARB, we're working with the guys down in Riverside to do certification right now with Lucky Benedict's team. And we think we're on the cusp of getting certified in the next half year or so. So we think, it's not currently on the market, but we see this as a very near future, and we'd like to see that being supported through funding. Thank you.
Thanks, Joel. Okay. We're going to go back online for one person, and then we're going to move on to the next question. Margaret Bolter, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I had my hand raised for the previous section, so I might let someone else go, unless I can speak to the previous section or just generally about
Go
medium.
right ahead.
Okay, I'll be fast. Really appreciate the funding and leadership shown by CARB. I'm Margaret. I'm with Zeem Solutions. We're a company that builds shared charging infrastructure for commercial fleets. We have 2 sites in LAX area that have been operational since 2021 and seeing really good utilization across light, medium, and heavy duty fleets. And we're about to open a site at the Port of Long Beach very soon. Just wanted to say that we're on the cusp of a huge transition, really important to keep the momentum up. If we can have continuous funding, that sends really good market signals. So, nothing new to say there, but I also wanted to plus one on the need for thinking about financing and insurance, because sometimes we get to the point with customers where they're ready to sign and order a truck, but they get a quote back from their insurance provider and they either can't find insurance at all or it's way too expensive. And so thinking about a solution there that CARB could potentially help with would really help drive the market. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so the next question. What commercially available technologies should we be focusing on? So this is the same assignment in terms of a word cloud. So please enter a word or a phrase, and then it will populate into a word cloud. So please enter your responses now. Okay, themes that have emerged thus far: natural gas trucks, yard truck, BEV, near zero emission, medium duty, fuel cell, BEV only, hybrid solutions, electric trucks and buses. Okay. In the interest of time, we're going to complete all the polling questions and then reserve time after we get through those to reopen comment and question to ensure that we actually get through all the questions. So we're just going to proceed to the next question at this time and continue to get through, and then we'll reopen it for comments and questions. Okay, now, are any medium and heavy duty funding needs missing from what has been presented thus far today? Please enter your responses now. Some of the same issues, but we have some other stuff: insurance, rental, funding for scaled projects, lots of stuff to consider. A little while longer. Okay, I think we can proceed to the next question.
So we do have voting set up on this one. If
Okay,
folks
sorry.
want to quickly choose a few of the responses from others that maybe resonated with them, that'll also help us get a sense of where the majority is on this. We'll just keep it open for a quick minute. All right, in the interest of time, I'm going to stop the voting in another 10 seconds. So get your votes in, please. Are we ready for the next question?
Yes, please. Should we consider other funding sources, such as what are some creative ways to generate more revenue streams? Same method here. Please type in words, phrases, sentences.
Okay, responses are starting to slow down, so I'm going to start the voting in 10 seconds. Okay, we'll do another 10 seconds on this voting round. All right, thanks for your feedback, everybody. Here's the results. Are we ready for the next question?
Yes, please. We have 2 more questions, folks. Thanks for bearing with us here. Okay. How can private industry and investments further support the market? Please enter your responses now. How can private industry and investments further support the market?
Okay, 10 more seconds to respond to this question. Okay, I'm gonna start the voting now. Please vote for the 5 responses that you resonate with the most. And 10 more seconds to vote on this one. All right, I'm gonna move us on to our final question.
What is one message you would like decision makers to take away from today's discussion? What one message would you like decision makers to take away from today's discussion? Please enter your responses now. All right, we'll do another 10 seconds on this question. A lot of great feedback here. I'm gonna move us on to the voting. This is the final question, everyone. Thank you. Okay, 10 more seconds.
Okay, gonna show the results. All right, turn it back over to Robert.
Thank you, Catherine. Okay. At this time, we're going to open it back up for comments and questions. These can be related to anything that we've covered in the polls or anything else that we've discussed today. We have quite a few people in the queue online. I'm going to ask everyone because we are at the end of the day and we do have a lot of people and we do have to go through next steps to keep it to a minute. And I am actually going to keep time because that's where we're at this point. So apologies. I don't mean to cut you off if that's what I have to do. First, Grace Pratt. Grace, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Grace Pratt, and I am providing comments today on behalf of Revoy, a California-based startup that has developed a scalable solution to help decarbonize the trucking industry. The Revoy electric dolly is a battery auxiliary dolly that hooks up between a truck's trailer and tractor to make any Class 8 truck a high-efficiency hybrid. The Revoy can be hooked up to any truck trailer in under 5 minutes, delivering more than a 90% reduction in fuel use and more than a 95% reduction in NOx emissions. And this transforms a 7 mile per gallon truck into a more than 100 mile per gallon truck with no retrofit required. We've heard from several fleet operators during today's session about concerns around prohibitive costs, limited range, and inefficient charging. But there are commercially available technologies that can help solve these solutions. And we see great value in being able to leverage the investments that folks have already made in their vehicles while greatly reducing emissions. But these technologies are typically not included in incentive programs run by CARB, including HVIP. And
Please wrap it up.
we encourage CARB to please include these technologies in your funding plans.
Thank you. Alfredo Arredondo, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Alfredo Redondo, and I'm providing comments today on behalf of Orange EV, a US-based manufacturer of 100% battery electric terminal trucks, also known as yard trucks, yard dogs, etc. So Orange EV is suggesting two specific changes. First, we're urging that staff reinstate the battery electric terminal trucks into the core program, specifically by adding them to the agricultural and the port rail categories, respectively. And this is because, despite clear interest, only about 10% of Orange EV's California deployments are in the ag sector, and 7% in the port, near port intermodal and rail operations. So demonstrating a clear gap and opportunity for additional incentives to be able to provide to be the difference maker in seeing higher deployment and adoption of 100% battery electric terminal trucks. Second is to ensure that the terminal trucks are explicitly eligible in the farmer program, since currently the guidelines don't mention terminal trucks, even though there's plenty of ag applications that currently use them, but they're using the dirty diesel varieties. So this change would allow innovative ag operators to also continue to participate in switching out their diesel terminal trucks to 100%.
Thank you. You're at time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caitlin Rodner Sutter, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm Caitlin Rodner Sutter with Environmental Defense Fund. Infrastructure investments, we didn't really talk a lot about today, but those, administered by the CEC and the CPUC are equally critical to the investments we talked about today that CARB administers. So we would really recommend improving the coordination between those agencies to ensure that we're addressing both the vehicles and the necessary infrastructure. We'd also encourage more state funding for extending make-ready incentives beyond 2026, grid upgrades to shorten energization timelines, and flexible service connection incentives so fleets can manage their load and connect sooner. We've talked a lot today about the importance of program consistency of funding, and we would just underscore the importance there as well. And then lastly, just urging CARB to link incentive funding to transparency and accountability. So recognizing the manufacturers and the fleets that are meeting environmental targets, such as standards coming out of this drive forward process. CARB could do this by placing them on preferred purchaser lists, or something akin to that.
Thank you.
And conditioning.
You're at time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beverly Deschaux. Beverly, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Beverly Deschaux. I'm with the Electric Vehicle Association, and I have a plan for you to find more funding, and that is to stop funding hydrogen. It is a boondoggle. It has 1/3 the energy density of battery electric. Hybrids also are a waste of time. They're delaying the transition. And we are engineers. We are high-tech people all across the country. We've introduced electric vehicles to the public, and nobody in our organization would ever support hydrogen because we know it's only 1/3 the energy density. In order for it to be green, it would require the renewables for all other things that we could decarbonize. Please, I have so much more to say about it, but somebody in the energy department at SDG&E, she was one of the leaders of hydrogen, and she's now saying, oh, we're not really going to be able to do green. So how about if we just start using methane, which is already 95 to 98% of what is used to produce hydrogen now. It's just displacing where the emissions go. It's still in the communities.
Thank you, Beverly. You're at time. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jane Israel. Please go ahead, Jane. Oh, hold on. Please go ahead, Jane.
Can you all hear me? Thank you so much for this great discussion today. Just want to echo folks' statements around the transparency of when this funding is going to be released, and just the ongoing collaboration that you have with industry on making sure that these programs are working and that folks are able to access this funding. I would also encourage increased flexibility around how these programs are implemented and operate in the market. I think several folks have mentioned this already, right? But medium and heavy duty vehicles are quite a diverse market and involve a handful of public-private partnerships that really have an opportunity to have some pretty great innovations, high-performing projects if enabled. So I would encourage folks to just continue to allow that flexibility to occur across all CARB programs, and to ensure that this funding is going towards communities that need the funding most, but also towards projects that are going to drive scale and encourage cost declines over time. Thank you.
Past time. Thank you very much. Mike Macias. Please go ahead, Mike.
Hi, my name is Mike Macias. I'm with TCI. Wanted to echo Orange EV on allowing the yard tractors back into core, as well with supporting some kind of balance there with continuous ways to ensure that we have continuous funding, whether it's OEM caps or to allow that funding to continue a longer stretch. but yeah, and then also, just still in support of, allowing large fleets to participate. We're seeing a big, turnout on that, allowing some of our customers that didn't have access to it now back in. And that's pretty much it. I'll give up my rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Mike. Okay, we have some folks in the room who want to speak. Guillermo, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be brief. The only thing I wanted to add and just call attention to is something that a group of organizations have been advocating for, which is greater price transparency as a part of the incentive programs. I know it's tangential, but still important, so that we see prices for these vehicles go down and so that more fleets are able to access them. I think being able to track and make progress on the cost of these vehicles over on the long term will be important. And so definitely want to continue to see support for and see ways to reform our incentive programs here in the state of California to incorporate price transparency from manufacturers so that we are ultimately tracking the progress that we would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Guillermo. Matt?
Thank you again. I'll be brief. Also, I can't help but bring it up. Are we going to revisit the loan loss reserve concept at any point in time in the future? I know we have our HDZE loan program. I'm wondering if there's going to be continued allocations towards that.
Yes, we still have money right now, so we are waiting for that to draw down, but that is still a priority for us.
Lisa?
Lisa Tom's truck. Yeah, the last thing I had, we didn't actually talk about any hydrogen or fuel cell today. And so I want to make sure that we're not leaving out the other zero emission technology that has been part of this program. Currently, I know that we've just got 2 OEMs in the program. So I want to make sure that as we look at this technology, which only has 180,000 in vouchers, and I think some of those will still be canceled due to the Nicolas, and very low number compared to the 10 million or 10,000 trucks that we've got compared to 600 or trucks and buses. And so just wanting to make sure that, is there anything that you guys are doing right now to make sure this nascent technology continues to have some priority and some programs to make sure it's continuously supported?
Thanks, Lisa.
Happy to have a follow-up discussion with you, but in the interest of time, I think we'll just say for the sake of brevity that HVIP continues to provide funding for both battery electric and fuel cell vehicles.
Yeah, at a high level, I'm just kind of thinking even if we'd had like a set aside or just something.
Chris?
And some comments that were made earlier. I do think that technologies, transitional, foundational, future are all instrumental for the entire ecosystem. As an OEM, we are battery electric 100%. But if you make your hydrogen truck cheaper than my battery electric, maybe you should hire me. Fact is that we are in this not just for our companies, we're in this for our communities and the future. So I think that transitional technologies are relevant. And going back to, hybrid techs, I personally would love it if we didn't have to have applications where it was difficult to decarbonize an industry. But if you're talking about farm equipment, you're talking about a sewer vac that's sitting for 16 hours, perhaps just running a pump, you're not going to really be able to run it on a battery or even an auxiliary battery pack system. You have to start thinking creatively. Over time, these systems will get better, they'll get more efficient, they'll transition to new technologies. Let's get real. If it wasn't for the Prius, there would never have been a Tesla. And on the flip side of this, there is a Tesla that, with their cheaper trucks, is taking as much as they can because they have the ability to do that, but they're also developing their own infrastructure and they're reducing diversity. They're making it more difficult for other infrastructure folks to participate in this economy. In order for there to be diversity of technology, in order for that to get cheaper, we need to make sure that the competition thrives. I'm a progressive and a capitalist. I think ultimately we need to think about all of the ways that we can work together to ensure that this system that we're all working together endures beyond just, what happens this year or this administration.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, and we're going to have to end it there. I would just remind folks, we do have a couple more slides, but before we get there, I just want to remind folks, if they do have additional comments or questions, please reach out to the folks who have been presenting, and we will have an email that you can reach out to us at. We're happy to schedule calls with you to talk about these things as follow-up. Email us, and I'm going to turn it back to Grace.
Thanks, Robert. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. All right. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So before we wrap up today, we just want to give a quick review of our Drive Forward timeline. So following this workshop, we're going to be having our heavy duty vehicle standards and strategies workshop on December 3rd, followed by our regular monthly evening community meetings that we have. That'll be on December 16th. In 2026, we're going to be holding additional work groups where we plan to summarize the past meetings that we're having and also discuss how we're going to be using your input moving forward, including the input that we've gotten during today's workshop. And lastly, just want to note in late December, the Carl Moyer program is going to be taking some guideline updates to our board. Next slide, please. So again, if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions to share over the next 2 weeks, we are accepting comments through Monday, December 1st, and you can email those to us at our clean transportation incentives at arb.ca.gov email. Please include November workshop input in the subject line so that we're making sure we're keeping track of all the comments related to the Drive Forward incentives. And then staff is going to drop the link in the chat as well. And with that, just want to thank everyone for taking the time to join us today and share your input on these important topics. So thank you.
Thanks, everyone. We are going to actually put up on the screen real quick a QR code for a survey just to get some feedback from you on today's format as well. And that'll also go out to all the registrants after the meeting. So those in the room, those online, hang tight for just one more moment. Help give us a little additional feedback. Thank you.
Are you all seeing the QR code?
Yes, we are.